Good afternoon, live from Toronto on the GBKM network. This is the Chat Up Show, the show where we chat about any and everything to do with popular culture. I'm your host, Elizabeth Aloyde, and I hope that you are ready to chat it up with me today. Now, as always, you know you can keep up with the GBKM network in various ways. You can listen live 24/7 at www.gbkm.fm. You can watch live, like, share, subscribe, comment, join in the conversation on Facebook and YouTube at GBKM TV. You can follow us on Instagram at GBKMFM and Twitter at GBKM_FM. Now, I feels good to be back for another week of the Chat Up Show. There's a lot to dive into and discuss this week, especially in the world of pop culture, which you know I love. So from TIFF virtually descending on the city, not literally, of course, we're missing out on our favorite festivities as this time of year rolls around. There has been a lot of discuss and buzz about which films have really taken critics by storm and they're falling in love with, and others that have really started conversations about the world around us. In other news, there is a reunion that we have been waiting, well, about 30 years for. That is the reunion of the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air cast. Earlier this week, or last week even, Will Smith, who was the star of the show, posted a picture of the full cast and then a separate image of him with the original Aunt Viv. So we'll be discussing a little bit more of that later. Now, that's some really good news and something that we can, look forward to, that we're happy about, happy to talk about. And there has been so much that 2020 has offered us, I will say. There have been, however, a few gems that have been kind of hidden in the storm of whatever this has turned out to be. Now, some of my favorite moments have definitely been the feelings of nostalgia that we've all seemed to share as we've built our own communities virtually. Don't we just love technology? Even though a lot of us were separated for a very long time, we still found a way to keep things together and reach out to those we love and care about. And so that was something that I just loved to see and loved to notice. And people who were just diving into things that really made them feel happy when they were younger, or things that they felt that they were missing out on because of how hectic and busy we can all get in life. Just getting a chance to, witness that on different platforms on social media. I mean, we saw the boom of TikTok, even just personalities coming out more, people that, the celebrities, if you will, getting to know about their personalities just a little bit more, really removing the facade of being perfectly made up and done up and primed and prepped for all things. Now we're really seeing the stripped down versions of a lot of things, and it's been fun, I think. I mean, I personally think that it's been fun. It's been moments of sadness, of course. We did lose a few people during this period that were such big pillars in the global community at large, but also there were moments of joy out of that. And so I think that we should reflect on those moments a lot more. It can get really hard, especially with all that's going on in the world, to kind of forget about those little bits that bring us joy and little things that we can do to continue to create joy in our lives. So just reflecting on some of those. Now, one thing that I've absolutely loved during this pandemic period that I have enjoyed immensely are the little IG Live versus battles. With different artists, musical artists coming together, playing different songs from their catalogs and just old tunes. We get to have throwbacks almost every weekend, and it has been a trip. Now, this past weekend really had me feeling some real old school vibes. Okay, no shade, no disrespect. Just old school vibes that were just so great and so soul fulfilling, felt rejuvenated. And that was the Versus or Live with the legends themselves, Miss Gladys Knight and Miss Patti LaBelle. Getting the opportunity to watch them essentially front row from my living room was something I really honestly never thought I would see. Like, these are musical legends. Like, I used to grow up and pray that one day maybe I'd be able to share the stage with such legends growing up as a musical theater kid. And that's a sentiment for so many people as well. And people have enjoyed their music, enjoyed their talents for so long. And that was just a great moment to see them as well, talking about how much they loved music and talking about the music they created and the people that they created the music with or for, even talking about current artists right now, just reflecting on music in general and life even. appreciating the small moments and appreciating all things. We ought to, get that auntie vibe. They really are like your aunties. And watching the whole thing really had me craving Miss Patti LaBelle's sweet potato pie, but that's another story. Okay, now some of the, prominent names who stepped into the live and really took some time to pay their respects to these legends were Oprah and Michelle Obama, who also received a shout out during the live as well. But one thing that, with all of the good nostalgia and getting a literal free concert, because they actually sang live, you guys, and let me tell you that their voices, magical, till this day. Just magical. They were born to be on stage. Miss Gladys Knight said she's been performing since she was 4 years old. That is her home, that is her comfort zone, and yes, please keep doing it for as long as possible. But one thing that they did note and talk about was the fact that this was the first time they got to perform in front of people, and they didn't realize just how much they would miss it. Being on lockdown and staying home and concerts not happening. And this was an opportunity to maybe see what our future might be like, because have been some recent reports about how long we might be dealing with this pandemic, and knowing that, thank goodness, we have technology to help us, hold on to some parts of our before times lives. But now we're seeing that maybe this is our new future and our new normal, and maybe it's time to get used to it, in other words. So it has been a while since we've given a COVID update on this show. And that's, because things have started reopening. We've started to see a lot more non-essential businesses starting up and non-essential things happening, like more production to other, shows and whatnot. And then there's a lot more like pop culture news. But it's important that we do remember that COVID has not fully disappeared, that it is something that we're still dealing with. And this past week, Ontario is officially been back in the triple digits for at least over a month now. We did see a decline, when we're back to, the double digits only, daily cases, Now we're seeing triple digit daily cases, mostly in Toronto and the Peel regions. Now, this has then prompted the Ontario Health Minister, Christine Elliott, to announce Ontario will not be moving on past phase 3 of the reopening plan for at least another 4 weeks. So that's, she said, either that's 2 times 2 weeks or just a month, if whichever way makes you feel more comfortable understanding that. So that's just a little update. A lot of people were wondering what else could really reopen. It seems that a lot of businesses are reopening, but of course it's to the capacity of how open they are. You know what I mean? There's still limited groups, numbers of people that can gather in certain places at a time. So of course there would be more phases to reopen later, hopefully, but we are staying in phase 3. Now, we already know that our home, Toronto, is kind of lagging when it comes to moving on to next stages. We're the last, one of the last few areas to move into phase 3. And that's just been the pattern through all of the reopening phases. So it's just, I guess population-wise, it makes sense, but also it's just important to remember that just because there's a lot more non-essential stuff that's reopening, we still have to remember to keep up with the precautions that we've been doing all along. Now that things are reopening, maybe it's drifting to the back of your mind that you should be washing your hands as much as you can, making sure you wear your mask everywhere, you're starting to get a little more comfortable with a little bit of the relaxed regulations now, but we can't forget that this is still something that is still very much active. And as much as we want to go back to normal life, we still have to remember that there are some adjustments that need to be made and upheld. Now, Premier Ford said at the same press conference last week that he is most concerned about Toronto, just because of our pattern in Toronto, the Peel region and Ottawa. And as we know, as I mentioned before, that Toronto and even the Peel region were some of the later areas to move into phase 3. So it's just, at the end of the day, it's us. All of us have to keep doing what we're doing and continuing to ensure that we're keeping ourselves and everyone else around us as safe as possible by, making wise choices and listening to our health officials as well. Now, the rise in cases, some have attributed to the fact that schools have started to reopen. College campuses may not be fully open, offering virtual classes, but folks are moving back to their college towns. And recently, the Western University announced that there were at least 5 cases currently at the school. And though these students weren't on campus, they were living off campus, they had come in contact with other students, and that's how there was the school-wide announcement that there has been some sort of contamination within the school community. And again, it's just a reminder that even though things feel like it's going back to normal and, you know, schools are opening up a little bit more, we still need to remember that we need to do as much as we can to just keep staying safe. That's what's important. As of yesterday, in fact, 680 News also reports that there are 18 active cases in public GTA schools and over 25 in total across the province. Of course, most of those cases are in the GTA. Most of them were from staff, but there were at least 3 student cases as we know so far. So that is just also a reminder that, you know, doing as much as we can to just stay safe and keep ourselves healthy and safe through this all. Things have slowly started to go back to normal, but we still need to be precautious as much as possible. And it is hard sometimes, especially in school environments. I understand it. I mean, while I was coming to the studio today, I saw kids outside in their own little social bubbles as well, trying to, you know, socially distance with people who weren't part of those little bubbles. But you know, life happens, things happen. It is what it is, but we need to ensure that we stop as much of the spread as possible. And easier said than done, I understand that, but it's just, you know, reminder that in the back of your mind, you know that there is still this virus that is active and it's still not completely vanished from our lives. And just also, just because other places may have more cases, you might think that, oh, well, it's fine here because we have less than somewhere else. No, the fact that there are still cases means that there is a potential for, you know, a quote unquote second wave or just cross contamination either way, or transmission either way. So just being careful as much as possible and just remembering that it's better to be safe than sorry, okay? That adage, sorry, that we all knew growing up, that it's always better to be safe than sorry. Yeah, let's live with it now and remember it now. Now, the province is still conducting as many tests a day as possible and is still urging folks who may be exhibiting symptoms or did come in contact with someone who has tested positive for the virus to go and get tested as soon as possible. Now, there is also actually a contact tracing app that is available through Health Canada that you can get that will allow you to know if you've come in contact with someone who was tested positive for COVID-19. Now, according to the app's description, COVID Alert it's called COVID Alert, by the way, so COVID Alert uses Bluetooth to exchange random codes with nearby phones. It does not use or access any location data. COVID Alert works by determining how far away other phones are by the strength of their Bluetooth signal. And several times a day, COVID Alert checks a list of codes from people who tell the app they tested positive, and you'll essentially get a notification if a code you received matches with has a positive code as well. So that's just a description of what the app does and what the app is. A lot of people are worried because it's like, is it reading my data? Well, according to the website, it doesn't use any of your location data. It just checks Bluetooth services or signals, sorry. Now, this is another thing about technology that we can say we love and appreciate because it's allowing us to, you know, it's new health tech. It's allowing us to stay healthy as much as we can using what we probably always have on us anyway, which are our phones. Now, Canada, unfortunately, this specific app is only available in Canada, but there are other countries that have their own versions of a contact tracing app. I mean, the UK uses one that was developed by the NHS. Poland has the Protego Safe. The US has various apps for only 14 different states now, which is interesting that they would have different apps for different states, but only 14 states have available apps right now. There is an app in development in Kenya, just to kind of give you an idea that this might start becoming more of a normal thing that people will have in their phones. Of course, there are those who are skeptics of it and worry about what kind of data would be collected from these codes. But then it's also, the flip side of that is also that it's a simple way for us to, you know, backtrack and see how we are and who we're coming in contact with. And it's a way to just like keep like that kind of data, as in knowing who's tested positive and who's tested negative, and just to know who's essentially a hot potato or not. So this is just some new tech that we might have to start getting used to. And by the looks of it, or at least by some expert opinion, especially according to the Serum Institute of India, there won't actually be an adequate vaccine to vaccinate everyone in the entire world until at least the end of 2024. Now, the CEO, Adar Poonawalla, said in an interview with the Financial Times that, quote, "It's going to take 4 to 5 years until everyone gets the vaccine on this planet." So this is essentially a wake-up call to us that this is probably going to be our reality for just a little bit longer. I know we've all been holding on to 2021, that hopefully we'll be able to let things go back to normal, but the reality of it is it's going to take time, and we're probably not going to completely return back to the life we once were living. Honestly, the more I think about it nowadays, I'm ew. I was going to all over these places, not even worrying about whether or not, who I was coming in contact with. Personal space as well is something that's even more respected now, for obvious reasons, because we have to keep our distance. But that was something, we were all up in each other's personal spaces. You go to a restaurant and sometimes you're close quarters with some strangers that you've never met in your life. And now you're thinking, wow, we used to live that way. Interesting. On an airplane, like if you're sitting in coach or economy, you're pretty close. You're close together. And now that just doesn't seem like reality anymore. Things are going to be changing. Things have already changed, and things are probably going to stay changed for a little bit longer. And it may be a hard pill to swallow, but again, it's better to be safe than sorry. You'd rather have these regulations to ensure that you're staying safe and healthy than to have to go through the ordeal of having COVID and having any kind of complications. So this is our new reality. And especially with most non-essential businesses open now in a lot of countries, it should also be in the back of all of our minds, just about protecting ourselves and also protecting those around us. This isn't just our issue here within our, local spaces. It's also thinking about when we're traveling as well. There have been a few people who have gotten backlash for traveling and finding out that they had COVID before or within the last 3 months, and then they tested positive again, and it's wondering, why are you doing non-essential travel right now? Folks are going on vacation because, granted, they can if they want to, and there are places that are allowing tourists to come in, but then it's also thinking about how you can do that in the safest way possible and ensuring that you're not putting yourself in any harm's way and putting others in any harm's way as well. So this is a time that we really need to start looking out for one another, especially, and looking out for those around us, even if we're just minorly inconvenienced for the time being. It's knowing that it's so we can get back to some sort of normal that we've been used to. Now, speaking of helping communities and helping those out, wildfires across the West Coast have really, really continued to grow, and we're starting to see the effects of these fires in even BC up here on the west coast of Canada, where there's smog and air quality and visibility just are not great right now. Because of these fires that are happening in California. Now, it's reported that about more than 40 firefighters from Alberta have volunteered to go down and help fight the fires, as well as some firefighters from Mexico is going down to help and fight the fires in California. And they are also joined by inmates who are actually incarcerated in California prisons currently. Now, there's been a lot of discussion about this happening in the past, just because wildfires are common in those areas, about having inmates come and fight the fires as essentially volunteer firefighters. And their pay was reported to be about $1 an hour. And this also prompted a new bill because even though they had volunteered while they were incarcerated, chances of them getting hired as firefighters upon release was very slim. But now California has put in a new bill that will allow those who have volunteered as firefighters while incarcerated can then apply to be professional firefighters when they're out, because they have that volunteer experience and it counts towards their professional career goals, if you will. So that's just a little bit of a change that's coming because, I guess looking out for your community because they do get to volunteer. But just even having firefighters from different countries coming to help as well, just an example of how we are looking out for one another because what affects some could affect us all at the end of the day. So that's an important message, an important thing to just keep in mind just as we continue through, I guess, until 2024 by the looks of it. And that's only if everyone has access to the vaccine and is able to afford it, because we know that's not always the case with vaccines, and it has to be affordable. It's probably going to be something that is going to need to be paid for somehow. So if every single person on the planet is able to afford the vaccine and has access to the vaccine and agrees to take the vaccine, that's just something that we'd have to remember, because it's the best case scenario if we think that all 7 billion people on the planet will agree to taking a vaccine and will have access to it. It's not exactly the reality in some cases. But so that is our little COVID update for Canada and essentially, just the world at large. But something that I want to talk about today, right when we get back from our break, is just what happens every single year just around fall. We'll stay tuned to find out what we'll be discussing.
Do you know who you are? What is your name?
Sometimes you wonder why and wonder how. Don't be alone. Just stay calm, cause even if you choose or not to.
My child, recite the words of this ancient mythology. The wisdom I disperse in this verse, no apology. Memorized to keep you from evil theology. For you, the darker hue, you denied your equality. See, for generations we perpetrated psychology. Divide and conquer each other, really lynch policy. You cannot build each other up, how will you build economy?
Hello, welcome back to the Chat Up Show. I'm your host, Elizabeth Lloydie. Now, just given a COVID update of the world, we're probably going to be in this for just a little bit longer, so just hang in there. But it is beginning to look a lot like fall around here. I'm seeing the leaves change on the trees. So, it's a new season. We've been through a couple seasons during this pandemic, but a new season here in Toronto, especially fall, means one thing: TIFF. Now, this year is a little different because it's not the usual festivities. We don't see King Street closed off and we see all of our favorite celebrities on the red carpet. And we get to go watch the new premieres at TIFF Lightbox and all the different theaters that have viewings. But it's still happening. They're still hosting virtual film releases and virtual press junkets. So the show must go on, I guess, regardless of what is going on in the world. Now, there has been a lot of hub and not fuss, it's been positive discussions about a lot of the films that have premiered this past weekend and throughout this week at TIFF. One in particular that has kind of been creating quite a little bit of a stir is 76 Days, and it's a timely documentary that was filmed in 4 hospitals in Wuhan in China during the first months of the lockdown. Now, I'm thinking, how did they even have the time? I feel like lockdown happened like this, but they already managed to create a virtual, essentially virtually work remotely with each other to create this documentary that has now premiered at TIFF. Now, the US-based director, Hao Wu, who also serves as screenwriter and editor of 76 Days, worked remotely actually with 2 reporters that he'd never met in person. So they were able to create this documentary without actually meeting physically. One was Wexi Chen, and another was a journalist filmmaker who preferred to remain anonymous. Now, though the film has been described as not overtly political, it has been reported that the filmmakers have requested that none of the hospitals or personnel that were identified in the film are personally named in reviews, just so that they can continue to not have any potential government interference with the film. So this is just, it's one of the first, right? It's the first thing of the actual pandemic, the early days of lockdown. We're getting to see firsthand from where we believe to be the start of the outbreak of COVID-19 on film in documentary style. And it's premiered at TIFF. Hopefully will be available to stream or even in cinemas if possible in places so that others can watch it too. But just from the reviews, it seems that people were interested. Though it's not in English, it is in Mandarin. People were still interested because it's, you know, what happened? Like, what was going on those early months of lockdown? That it was really, really, really hectic, and a lot of people were, you know, scared and terrified. And just from one review that I was able to read, they said that you could see, even in some images, just how hospital staff were frazzled essentially and were rushing around trying to figure out how to help their patients. And it's kind of almost surreal essentially, because we essentially lived through it, got some glimpses and watched it happen in real time. But now to look back and see that again on screen, I mean, it feels so soon, but really it's been about 8-9 months now. So that's an interesting little timely piece that has premiered this week. But there's one film that received rave reviews since its premiere at the Venice Film Festival and recently this weekend at TIFF, and it's Regina King's directorial debut. The first film she's ever directed, and the film is One Night in Miami. Now, this has received so many rave reviews from critics, and everyone is just loving this play adapted to film. I'm personally excited to watch it just from the trailer alone, but one thing that I want to make note of is the fact that Regina King actually made history at the Venice Festival as the first African-American woman directed film to premiere at the festival, and this is her first film that she's ever directed as well. So to just get that kind of recognition already means that something is pretty good about this, and don't take my word on it, but there have been a lot of reviews. But first, I want to talk about the film itself. Now, it's based on the play that was originally written by and now adapted for screen by Kemp Powers. And the film actually tells a fictionalized story of Cassius Clay, Malcolm X, Jim Brown, and Sam Cooke as the group celebrate Clay's surprise title win over Sonny Liston in a Miami hotel room in February 1964. Now, those are just some iconic folks in history to begin with. Now, from the cast of Leslie Odom Jr., who we know from Hamilton, Aldous Hodge, who had an amazing performance in Clemency last year, which also premiered at TIFF too, Eli Gorey and Kingsley Ben-Adir, and with King's work as a director, the writing and all the work has received so much high praise. It currently has a Rotten Tomato rating of 98%, which Rotten Tomato is like usually balanced, you know, but for it to be this early on in its career and it's seeing such high rave reviews, it looks like it's doing pretty well, just to give you an idea of how it's being received. Now, it's actually already creating a lot of Oscar buzz. Yeah, I almost forgot that the Oscars were happening, not gonna lie. But, you know, things are still happening, movies are still in production now, despite having to have the new regulations. And so talking about Oscar buzz is, you know, the natural order of things in the film industry. So this film is actually creating a lot of Oscar buzz, and this would be, or could be, a potential second nomination and hopefully a second Academy Award, depending on which categories it's nominated for Regina King. Now, she had won in 2019 for her work or her role as a supporting role in If Beale Street Could Talk. Now, folks were already talking about how Regina King, it's taken her so long, over 20 years in the industry, to finally receive the accolades and recognition that a lot of folks believe she deserves. Now, some of us who have known King's work since the 1991 classic Boys in the Hood, or even Poetic Justice, or the comic series The Boondocks, where she voiced the voices of Riley and Huey Freeman, or even know her from that really well-known scene from This Is Christmas with the shower and the belt, and the baby oil. Let's not forget the baby oil. If you know, you know, and if you don't know, literally type it into Google and look it up for yourself if you want to find out. Hilarious scene. She has had a very lengthy career as an actress, and now for her to take a step into the directorial seat just seems like the natural progression in things. And, you know, she is incredibly talented, so her talent could be used to help be a director as well. And it's good to finally see her getting this recognition. It's good to finally see her, you know, getting her flowers while she's still here with us and able to hear just how much we appreciate her work and her artistry. Now, this directorial debut, from the reviews folks are saying of her work as an actor, has definitely helped her be a great director and create magic on screen. Now, a review by NDTV says that, quote, "The performances by the principal actors are the pillars on which the film stands. It is easy to see how conductive the setup is for actors when the person calling the shots is also an actor. Regina King draws the absolute best out of her cast." So that's just one review. Raving, love to see it. Now, Hollywood Reporter also said that here's hoping that King, one of our most consistently excellent screen actors, continues to spread her wings in this direction. I'm here for it. Would love to see her. And this isn't, I mean, you know, the first time she's directed, you know, TV and before. She's done that before, but this is, you know, her first feature film that she's directing. And to have it be such a cool plot, such a unique storyline as well, so from such a unique play, just interesting. Just good for her. Great for her. Now, IndieWire also said that King and Powers aren't attempting to offer a precise historical transcription of whatever happened. One Night in Miami provides is something richer and emotionally accurate telling. So that's an IndieWire review, just giving you a little bit of an idea and a glimpse into what kind of film this is. Now, The Times said that King proves to be a gifted director of actors. So just a roundup of things that people felt about Regina King's work as a director and just how they feel about the film altogether. And honestly, just based off of these reviews, I, for one, cannot wait until it's open to the public. Unfortunately, at TIFF, the tickets are sold out. I checked to hopefully try and figure out a way you guys could watch it. But it is actually Amazon Studios. Yep, I said it. Amazon. Amazon was the studio that helped to bring this to us. So hopefully it will be available on Prime Video for us at a later date. This is the new way. Y'all, streaming services and platforms are really starting to take it up a notch with their production value, okay? Because now Amazon Studios might have a piece of work that is an Academy Award nominee and potential winner. That's, you know, when we think of Amazon, we just think of delivery and buying things, right? But now it's branching out and creating its own other legacy as well. So, I mean, I guess kudos to Jeff Bezos. Now, there isn't an official release date as of yet to the rest of the world that we know, but I'm sure you can just keep your eyes peeled for that and maybe be able, as I said, to watch it on Prime. Now, these stories are really just something that's unique, and it kind of reminds me of that game that you can play at a dinner party, you know, where they ask who are 3 people alive or deceased that you would want to have dinner with or have a dinner party with. And this almost feels like that game brought into a play, brought to screen. Now, of course, I mentioned it was a play to begin with. But now it's been adapted to film, and it's of course not the first time we've seen this. I mean, there's so many adaptations of Romeo and Juliet, for crying out loud. Like, this is not a new thing to happen, but it just feels interesting, such a unique story that it would find its way to screen as well. It's how I felt even with American Son, that it was not, I mean, unique in the sense that it's a story that a lot of people deal with in American Son, but still a unique way to, you know, bring theater to screen. And Leslie Odom Jr., he has his theatrical background being in Hamilton, for crying out loud, and of course he is playing Sam Cooke because he can sing, as we saw from his performance as Aaron Burr in Hamilton. So I'm excited. It seems like a very interesting cast, and from the trailer it looks pretty good. So I would urge you to check out the trailer as well for yourself, just to see what it's about. But this is just one film that honestly has a lot of people feeling really good about TIFF's premieres this year, and just about the way of the film industry in general, and just Regina King doing what she apparently clearly does best, just doing her work in the film industry, both in front and behind the camera. So kudos to Miss Regina King. Clearly your work speaks for yourself, so that's cool. Now, as I mentioned earlier in the show, this has been a time for us to, you know, kind of go down memory lane just a little bit. You know, some of our favorite people, actors, artists from when we were children are coming out of whatever hiding or privacy they were living in to give us Instagram lives and get us, like, let us into their homes, essentially, into their living rooms, because they had nowhere else to go for the most part. But it has been a time that we can, walk down memory lane. And for one, there is one cast that is now celebrating 30 years since the first episode, and that is the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air cast. They recently celebrated this past Friday, and the fact that it's been 30 years since it first aired made me realize that that show started and ended before I was even born. Yet I grew up watching it when I was living in Belgium. So this was like a global thing. This show was global. I feel like I grew up with it, even though it was only reruns. And there are kids today who feel like they're growing up watching The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, because of course it is available on streaming platforms as well. But that just shows how relatable it was for others, even just like the comedy and even the storylines across the globe. That father-son relationships, and even just seeing a family. In that time, it was pretty regular because there were a lot of middle-class Black families on TV. We had the Huxtables and whatnot. But, just another story. And Will, hilarious. He's a funny guy, and just the comedic timing of the show in general, loved it. Everyone loved it. And so now the fact that they're celebrating 30 years, it's a little wild that it's been 30 years since the debut and about 24 years since it ended. But we got to see the cast actually reconnect recently and during the pandemic as well. But what really took a lot of people by storm was the fact that Will Smith was able to reconnect with the original Aunt Viv. Now, for those of you who are cult followers of the show and have absolutely loved Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, you know that there was a time after about the third season when we didn't see our dark-skinned Aunt Viv, and then instead we saw a new Aunt Viv, and no one really talked about it, I mean, they kind of made a little joke in the first episode on the show, and then that was it, whatever. Of course, I was a kid, so I didn't really know what was going on, and I was like, oh, this is just happening now, so that's cool. But really, there was a lot of heated stuff that went on behind the scenes. Of course, Janet Hubert, who played the original Aunt Viv, had famously left the show in 1993 and was replaced by Daphne Maxwell Reid. Now, it became rather well known that Hubert was not a fan of Will Smith at all, in fact, blaming him for her leaving the show in her 2009 memoir. But then she later told TMZ that there will never ever be a reunion because he is still an egomaniac. This is a quote of hers. He's still an egomaniac and has not grown up. This constant reunion thing will never ever happen in my lifetime unless there is an apology, which he doesn't know the word. Okay, this is how she felt in 2011. Now, fast forward 2 years later in 2013, in a Huffington Post interview, Hubert said, quote, I would say to him, we need to heal this. You've done some things, you've said some things that were totally untrue, and you know that they were untrue. I've said some things that I probably should have never said. I'm tired. Aren't you tired, Will? Now, from the picture he actually posted on Instagram, on social media earlier this week, it shows that they did manage to, mend fences and get over their differences and deal with whatever happened in the past, hopefully. Or, who knows, maybe we'll get to see a little bit of drama on the special that they were filming. But that brings me to what is happening now. The reason that they got together was because they wanted to film a reunion special for HBO Max that will be airing a little bit later on, just to celebrate 30 years since the debut of, honestly, this cultural phenomenon. It was a cultural shift, I will say. I still think about a few of the scenes in the episode, still think about the fashion that was happening. 90s fashion was interesting, but now that it's making a resurgence, I think it's because we're all watching like 90s shows again, going down memory lane and nostalgia and whatnot. So it does seem like it's coming back. But what I personally loved about this show was just the fact that it was funny, but there were still some serious scenes and episodes that really told some important stories and important truths. Now, I would like to hear from you guys what some of your favorite Fresh Prince moments are, and we'll be discussing them just a little bit later on in the show. but just want to take a moment to just pay respects to James Avery, who played Uncle Phil. And when Will Smith posted on social media about this reunion, he captioned that by saying, "Today is exactly 30 years since The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air debuted. So we're doing something for y'all. For real, Banks family reunion is coming soon to HBO Max. R.I.P. James, hashtag Fresh Prince 30th. Now, the cast had also paid their tributes to James Avery earlier in the pandemic, in the earlier days of lockdown, when they reunited virtually, because James Avery, who played Uncle Phil, as I mentioned, had passed on New Year's Eve 2013, which was, a sad moment in time. And what would Fresh Prince of Bel-Air be without Uncle Phil throwing Jazz out the front door, or yelling, "Will," or just having, the tit for tat with him and Will, just having their little tiffs and disagreements, but still being a strong father figure for him in his life when he really needed one. And though they acted like they didn't like each other on this show, we all knew deep down that Uncle Phil, had so much love for Will and definitely saw him as his own son. Now, I will actually say that this show allowed for different perspectives of just what family could look like, and especially an upper middle class family as well, living in Beverly Hills and Bel Air. It was interesting to just have a show like that, and to have Will Smith come in and just be essentially, it felt like he was playing himself all those years, really. Like, it seemed like who Will is. Now, this is a reunion that does not require a red table, as we know, because Jada Pinkett Smith does her red table talks and has had the opportunity to have times to get back with people from her past as well. This is one that will not have a red table, but we are looking forward to seeing this reunion. I feel like we've literally been waiting about 24 years for this to happen, since the show ended. A lot of people have been waiting to see, where are they now? Are they gonna do a new reunion show that shows where they are? Like, we wonder who Will ended up marrying, what happened with him, all of that fun stuff. So just, a time for us to walk down memory lane and just remember the good old days, if you will, before our social media and whatnot. Now, as I mentioned, I would love to hear from you guys what some of your favorite Fresh Prince of Bel-Air moments were. Would love to hear about that. Now, just seeing from our comments, Romaine Redmond just discussing our discussion on the IG Live that happened this weekend with Patti LaBelle. Yes, even Dionne Warwick had a little appearance, and all three of them got a chance to sing. Again, just getting a chance to walk down memory lane. It just feels good to have those moments to remember when times were different and times were fun. And when you were maybe younger, and what you were like when you were younger, and all of that fun stuff. Sometimes it is needed to just walk down memory lane and just have those moments to reminisce, if you will, and even just finding pockets of joy that we can enjoy despite these times, despite what's going on around the world. So many people have been affected by the pandemic, but it feels good that we're still trying to find different ways to help each other escape that a little bit. And though it's not, putting our heads in the sand, because that's never good, it's better to know what's going on around you for the most part, but it's also good opportunity to just let loose, kick it back a little bit. We're all dealing with this pandemic all at the same time. It kind of all hit us relatively at the same time. Some people got it a little later, to be fair, sure, but we're all still going through similar things, and there's a lot that's gone on. There have been a lot of natural disasters, not just the wildfires that are happening on the West Coast. There were some storms that happened earlier this last month, actually, as well. So there are other things that are going on in conjunction with all of the, destruction COVID-19 brought with it. But if we can find different ways to just help our communities get through it as much as we can, isn't that what we need to do to be good community members? That's part of being a good community member, right? Now, I want to take some time to just discuss a couple products that I got here. These fun little hats, gonna wear one right now. Don't these look so cool and so cute? And the best part is there's like the back open, ladies, for your puffs. I know how it is, natural hair or having a big head in general. Some hats don't fit you, but these lovely hats that we've got here are from Coated Signature. You can order some yourself, Coated Signature with a K, that is. During our commercial break, you saw the little commercial that we had, but I just want to draw our attention to them. I think they're so cute. I might actually just keep this on for the rest of the show. Kind of matches my outfit. What I especially love about this is really the fact that it's open in the back, because honestly, when I have my natural hair, like the afro, it was World Afro Day a couple days ago, and you just don't want to deal with it, but you got too much hair for a regular hat. It works with the elastic right here. Some great stuff, some cool stuff. So that's a little update, a little break, a little tidbit for you guys. So again, that's Coated Signature. If you'd like to order yourself some of these hats as well, I think they're so cute. And even this comes in another color. This is the navy blue and the silver as well. So with that little tidbit, I will let you guys go and have a lovely day. As always, you know, this concludes our show, and I hate to see you go, but as always, you know that you can keep up with the GBKM network in various ways. You know that you can listen live 24/7 at www.gbkm.fm, and very soon you can also watch live at www.gbkm.tv. Stay tuned for more information on that. You can continue to watch live on Facebook and YouTube at GBKM TV as well, where you can like, share, comment, subscribe, all of that fun stuff. You can follow us on Instagram at GBKMFM and Twitter at GBKM_FM. You can also follow me, your host, Elizabeth Aloyde, at TIS_Liz_O on Instagram and Twitter. Again, that's TIS_Liz_O. If you want to just keep up with a little bit of the show, the Chat Up Show, posting some updates there, and just in general, in life in general. And with that, I will let you guys go. I will see you at the same time, same place next week. Take care. Chat with you then.
Do you know who you are? What is your name?
Sometimes you wonder why and wonder how. Don't be alarmed, just stay calm, cause even if you choose or not to.
My child, recite the words of this ancient mythology. The wisdom I disperse in this verse, no apology. Memorized to keep you from evil theology. For you, the darker hue, you denied your equality. See, for generations we perpetrated psychology. Divide and conquer each other, really lynch policy. You cannot build each other up, how will you build economy?
Do you know who you are? What is your name?
Sometimes you wonder why and wonder how. Don't be alarmed, just stay calm, cause even if you choose or not to.
My child, recite the words of this ancient mythology. The wisdom I disperse in this verse, no apology. Memorized to keep you from evil theology. For you, the darker hue, you denied your equality. See, for generations we perpetrated psychology. Divide and conquer each other, really lynch policy. You cannot build each other up, how will you build economy?
Do you know who you are? What is your name?
Sometimes you wonder why and wonder how. Don't be alarmed, just stay calm, cause even if you choose or not to.
My child, recite the words of this ancient mythology. The wisdom I disperse in this verse, no apology. Memorized to keep you from evil theology. For you, the darker hue, you denied your equality. See, for generations we perpetrated psychology. Divide and conquer each other, really lynch policy. You cannot build each other up, how will you build economy?
Do you know who you are? What is your name?
Hello, welcome to the Spotlight Show. My name is Jabez Napoleon Ogbole. I'm very happy to be with you tonight, and wherever you may be watching us from, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Thank you once again for being able to join us today on this wonderful episode. I'm very grateful for taking time from your busy schedule to be with me tonight. So thank you once again. Remember, we're live right now on our Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube channel at GBKM-TV. And please check out our website on the net for the network, www.gbkm.fm. All right, so we're coming right now from the city of Toronto, from the GBKM network. Please tell your friends and family about this program. Like and subscribe on our YouTube channel, and of course, share the videos. The recordings are always available after the live program. It's a 30-minute show packed with information that benefits you and I. And of course, this show cannot be made possible without the support from viewers like you and all our partners. And I'd like to give a quick shout out to those individuals and businesses that made this show possible. First of all, the African Young Entrepreneurs based out of Johannesburg in South Africa. Like I said, I am affiliated with this organization. They have numerous information and packages for entrepreneurs, and they have a network of close to over 10 million entrepreneurs, across Africa and the world. They are also present here in Canada. And of course, our other partner, Imani's Place, is a shelter that is black-led and is geared for women who are victims of domestic violence, sex and human trafficking, or suffering from homelessness. Any brother, any sister or mothers out there that needs such help, they have so much resources available there, be it immigration, legal, job search, etc., to be able to integrate back to the community. So please give them a shout out. Check out their website, www.imanisplace.org. Wonderful organization. And of course, our wonderful partner, Pan-Africa Arts, Culture and Trade Institute, based out of the city of Toronto here, where we are based from, and they've always been partnering with embassies and Commonwealth of Nations and doing seminars and exhibitions and shows, empowering people and making that connection, between several African and Caribbean countries, and making trade possible with Canada. So thank you once again. And of course, Daniola Corporation, wonderful corporation, doing disruptive. They are disrupting the mineral sector. So please check them out, their website, daniola.com. So please, guys, thank you once again. Today is going to be very interesting. Like I said before, we're going to go on a journey. Today's topic is what? Group economics. Every week I always tell you, individualistic approach is not really ideal for most businesses and most venture. So see, there's power in numbers. So it's high time we begin to find like minds, people that you can that have similar economic interest, economic benefit. I always tell people the best way to forge ahead and make alliances is not based on your religion or your hobbies. It's always that economic interest. Okay, guys, so today we're going to be talking about group economics. Before we go in there, remember, let's talk a little bit about current affairs. Last week, what did I tell you about some of the scandals that was rocking the current Liberal government based here in Canada? The WE scandal. WE is a charitable organization doing amazing things out there in the community across the globe. They had the opportunity to administer a fund that was set aside because of COVID-19 to help students, who were doing during the summer period, doing some work out there so they can be paid, etc. Because with the COVID-19 pandemics, a lot of businesses were shutting down, people were not hiring. But there was a bit of conflict of interest, and there was a committee set up to investigate. I always tell people, innocent until proven guilty. But what happened recently? Our Minister of Finance had to resign because of that scandal. Conflict of interest, the fact that its daughter worked for that organization, it's been paid by that organization in the past for speaking engagement, etc. He had to resign because it was found that they actually broke the ethics law, and apart from that, he had to resign from his MP position. Wow. I always tell you know, wherever you may be watching this show, you know, if you're black, of African descent, Caribbean, you know, person of color, wherever you may be based in the continent or even in the diaspora, I always tell people, you know, Canada is one of the best countries in the world, and I'm blessed to be here. And look at that, you understand? Most countries wouldn't even make any investigation, but look at Canada, you know, rule of law, checks and balances. And this is a wonderful gentleman, you know, who some people may say, oh, it's not a big deal, but, you know, that's what Canada is all about, you know, checks and balances and rule of law. All right, guys. But I always tell people, every battle, there are winners and losers. In this case, what happened? Chrystia Freeland, you know, our current deputy prime minister, was actually given that new position, and she's now the first female to hold the finance portfolio in Canada, and she's doing amazing things, you know. I'm going to quickly share with you a quick image so you can see this wonderful lady. And let's quickly talk about who she is. Yes, that's Chrystia Freeland, our former deputy prime minister and now the minister of finance. Lovely woman. And let's talk a little bit about her. I'm taking you on a journey. So Chrystia Freeland, from 1999 to 2001, you know, she was served as deputy editor for Globe and Mail. And next, she worked as the managing director and editor for Consumer News. I'm taking you on your journey. There's a reason I'm telling you this at Thomson Reuters. And in 2013-2015, she became a member of the Canadian House of Commons. 2015-2017, she became the Minister of International Trade. She became famous with that particular position. Why? Because of the renegotiation of the NAFTA. And you understand she had a very firm grant trying to secure a good deal for Canada with the U.S., Canada-Mexico free trade agreement. And from being the foreign affairs minister, she now became the 10th deputy prime minister of Canada and 13th minister of intergovernmental affairs. And currently, she's serving as the current minister of finance. What does that tell you? You know, you must always be consistent in whatever you do. You know, do it as if everyone is watching you. You understand? Do it very well. Because I feel that she's being groomed to be the next prime minister of this great country. And if not even the next prime minister, she will or may be able to hold the leader of the Liberal Party. Okay, guys, so remember, whatever you may be doing, do it with all your heart, because I've always noticed that Chrystia Freeland has always been a supporter of Trudeau and also a supporter of the Liberal policies. You know, she stands for the truth whenever any situation occurs, you know, within the foreign affairs atmosphere. But she's been really supportive of our prime minister, and you can see how she's been able to hold multiple positions. And like I said, watch out, you will see very soon she may be our future prime minister. All right, guys, let's talk about what this show is always about: information. We've done some heavy lifting for you guys this week and giving you some very vital information into act on it. Since this show started, we've always been going out there to do our analysis and bring very wonderful information backed with data so that we can make informed decisions. And this week is not different. This week with the COVID pandemic, a lot of things have been happening. But you know, COVID-19 is a bit special. Why? Because for the first time, COVID-19 has resulted in many nations shutting down their economy. Let me show you an image of some of the pandemics that affected the world. You see, there's been several pandemics that has actually affected the world, but COVID-19 has been the first one that resulted in the shutdown of many economics. In the history of humanity, this is not the first time a pandemic has actually happened. There have been several pandemics prior to COVID-19, as you can see on the screen. But however, if you look at that image on the screen, note that the death toll numbers listed are best estimate based on available research. So some of those numbers are subject to debate based on new evidence, like the COVID-19. That number shows almost 800,000, and that's actually from the Johns Hopkins University. Why am I showing you this? Because in discussion recently with several experts, people have varied opinions about, you know, the reason why so many restrictions and lockdowns. You know, initially, remember, I would use the word conspiracy theory. People were talking about 5G. You know, they want to you know, enable 5G, lay the cables and whatnot, so they wanted people indoors and not to have that disruption. Recently, that is no longer in the news. I was in a discussion recently, and somebody actually told me something I'd like to share with you. And it's up to you to actually do your own research and decide. You know, have that discussion. You know, what really got my interest was the fact that artificial intelligence and machine learning. It's a big deal right now in this part of the world. I know back in the continent of Africa, a lot of companies don't be adopting that technology. But in North America and Europe, robotics and robotics process automation is very, very important. And that's why somebody told me that actually because of the layoff, you know, when there's a layoff, company really wants to stay because they are accountable to their shareholders. So they really want to continue to make profit. And when there's layoff like that, sometimes it's really, really hard to get people back on the job. But someone told me actually that perhaps a lot of companies are trying to introduce this machine learning and artificial intelligence, you know, to replace a whole lot of work. And the reason I'm bringing that to you now is that, you know, you need to actually do your own research because, truthfully speaking, in many industries right now, including aviation, you know, machine learning is being you know, deployed behind the scenes, and they've been learning, you know, how to fly plane, fly fighter jets as well. In e-commerce as well, you know, machine learning has been behind the platform that powers those e-commerce, actually learning, you know, trying to see human behavior and interaction. So guys, what do you think about this? You know, I know that you've probably in your homes, in your communities, place of work, you know, you probably have several discussions about the impact of COVID-19 and why some of these governments are dragging their feet, you know, to relax this lockdown and let people go back to work and businesses open fully. That's what I mean, which is not happening. So if you think perhaps that's one of the reasons, I don't know. I'm just sharing that information with you. But why am I talking about this? Because truthfully speaking, I need you all to understand that the world is changing. Truthfully speaking, I did some research recently, and I noticed that the unemployment rate across countries is actually increasing. There is a whole lot of people unemployed right now, and apart from that, many governments, like in Canada, America, are actually helping people stay at home, and those that do not have jobs, they are being paid some stipends, you know, some amount of money, so that way they can continue to feed and take care of themselves. So what do you really think? You know, major companies are laying off people. Companies are looking at automating their workforce. So, man, do your research, critically analyze. But why I'm bringing you this is based on this report I found out recently. The World Economic Forum, by 2022, we're in 2020. So in 2 years' time, we become redundant and done by robots. Okay? And some of those jobs that will be affected include data entry. So if you know someone, you're in the field of data entry, new skills, opportunities that's opening up, because truthfully speaking, data entry, which are anything that's repetitive, yes, robotic process automation, or, you know, artificial intelligence or machine learning is taking over that. They're going to be doing that already. I'm in the tech space as well, and I know definitely a lot of companies that have actually deployed such solutions. Apart from data entry, accountants, yes, accountant is one of the professions become redundant soon. Delivery drivers, remember, self-driving vehicles is no longer futuristic. It's actually happening right now. Tesla is taking that lead, and many companies are coming on board as well. Lawyers, yes, have you heard about IBM Watson? You know, wonderful artificial intelligence that is actually learning a lot of things. This AI can actually run through, you know, millions of data in seconds. So lawyers, yes, is one of the professions with time. Maybe when we go to court, people represent themselves, and using their smartphone, they can actually search for cases and be able to prove that beyond reasonable doubt, you understand, that you know, there's precedents, and they may not be found guilty based on you know, artificial intelligence helping them build a case. Apart from that, factory workers, yes, robots are taking over the factories. You saw Tesla recently, they had to revamp and speed up production of vehicles. What did they have to do? They went into automation. Okay, door-to-door salesman is not something you're going to be seeing very soon. Why? Because our phones, a lot of us spend a lot of time on our phone, on our tablets and laptop. Behind that, there's a whole lot of algorithms that is actually tracking our interactions. And with time, they'll know what kind of product we want. And that's why when you go to some e-commerce site, you know, when you browse product, before you know, you start to recommend, you know, and based on what you purchased before, when you come back, you know, they know your purchase patterns and begin to recommend. Marketers and postal clerks. These are jobs that the Economic Research Forum said will become obsolete. So guys, I always tell people, no matter where you are, if you're a black person, you know, a person of color, wherever you may be, home is where, you know, you find your peace. If you find your peace in Canada, in America, in Europe, Middle East, wherever it may be, it's fine. So take advantage of whatever opportunity may be in those communities. A lot of folks is like, okay, let's work here, save money, and go invest in our country of birth. There's nothing wrong with that. But remember, where you are is where you can actually make much more impact. And obviously, look at the value of the currency as well. So guys, so it's very important to invest in the land, try to begin to plant your produce, invest in digital currency. Last episode, we talked about digital currency, otherwise you may find yourself jobless, penniless, and homeless, and, depending on government assistance. Hopefully, if you live in those countries where government exists. But remember, in many countries back in the continent, we do not have such opportunity. So please, this is very important to take note of the trend and things that is happening and how they affect you, and what you can do right now to have a leverage and be able to overcome any future challenges that may become evident in your own career. All right, guys, we're going to go to the next segment, and we'll bring to you a very wonderful story from America. This is something that actually caught my attention. As you can see on the screen, there was a whole town. It was a viral video going about. In case you've not heard about it, this was a town, an entire city in Georgia, in America, that was for sale. It was for sale. And why is this story very important? It's important because there was a lady, who lives in Philly, actually in Stonecrest. Stonecrest is a city in Georgia, in the United States of America. And then what she actually, because of all the recent, violence in America and all the riots because of the George Floyd incident, she actually decided to do some research. And while people were out there making troubles and people were just, complaining, she tried to find a solution. What did she do? So this actually report is from www.blavity.com. Okay, so she decided to say enough is enough, and she tried to create an enabling environment for Black instead of complaining. So she'll be part of the solution. So the lady, she wants to, build a city, and because where she lives in Stonecrest is actually a new city. So for some of us watching right now who are based in Europe or North America, you always notice that new cities are developed, you understand, easily in this part of the world. There are cities that 10 years ago or 5 years ago was all forest. So what happens is that in a government provide certain incentives, hospitals are built, schools are built, shopping malls are built, and property developers go in there and build houses. And before you know it becomes a new city. There are so many. I can give you an example that's happened in Canada, that's happened in America as well. So because of what she saw, she lives in a newly built city called Stonecrest in Georgia. So because of that, she decided to actually take a look into this sale of this particular city in Toomsboro in Georgia. And she decided to do some analysis into the city. And what she decided to go to city council meetings. So guys, it's very important. If you live in this part of the world, in the diaspora, try and participate in city council meetings, try and understand what they are doing in regards to zoning, budget votes, meetings about neighborhood planning committees, etc. Find out what are the new development they want to start, who are the contractors they are awarding those contracts to. So this is what she did, just to understand, how a new city comes about. And the good thing is that, like I'm saying, so let's talk, group economies is very important. So group economies is what she decided to do. She decided to reach out to other people. She couldn't do it by herself. Or maybe she could do it by herself, but she couldn't see the need to do it by herself. You understand? Why take upon the load by yourself? So she reached out to 19 other families. 19 other families came together, and what did they do? They acquired the 96 acres of land. So this land, they want to start and build a new city, and then that way what she's trying to do is own their own food system, be able to build manufacturing and supply chains, build home school, build your own banks, credit union, your own cities, your own police department, tax yourself, voting your own mayor. Because remember, whatever community or neighbor you may be living now, they were built by people. Okay, they were built by people. They were a village that became a city. They had their mayor, they had their council, they had their police and fire department. So she tried to do that, and so it's very wonderful. So guys, go check it out. It's called Freedom Georgia Initiative. and she's doing that right now, and doing a lot of seminars and trying to advise people on how they can replicate this effort. It's very interesting because even myself, I'm based here in Canada. I live outside of Toronto, and recently this weekend I went to an event. And I saw this young man who acquired 14 acres of land, not too far from Toronto. And what he told me actually, got me thinking. It says something that why did he leave the city? Because the price of that property, 14 acres of land, okay, a vacant land because there's a building there, that's where he lives, is similar to some condo prices in downtown Toronto. So instead of living in the boxed apartment for the same price, all he did was to drive 1 hour or 1.5 hours, 2 hours away. We have very good road network, we have very good transport system. He acquired 14 acres of land, and he said he wants to be self-sufficient. He doesn't want to be dependent. So with the COVID-19 pandemics, even though people were affected, social distancing, it wasn't impacted. Why? Because he was growing his food. He had his own poultry. He had his own egg. He had his own animals and pygmy goats that were giving him meat and milk. He had his own backcourt generator. So whatever happens in the city, it doesn't really affect him. His land is so big, he protects it. In this part of the world, you can have license. You can go get license for firearms, and that's what he did to protect his property. But yeah, we are very safe anyhow, so that's not really an issue. So guys, that really something I really wanted to share with you because it was very, very important. It was very, very important. So guys, let's go and give you more information again. So guys, take advantage of group economics. If you know anyone, reach out to me. If you can't go into digital currency by yourself, okay, reach out to me. Send me a direct message on Instagram at Jaybes, JAYGBES. That's my Instagram handle. Or send me an email, spotlight@gbkm.fm. Okay, we do it together. We partner. I have other people that reach out to me every now and then. Whether it's property, okay, whether it's digital currency, whether it's franchise, okay, because this is not the age and time you just trust people based on verbal agreement. No, you have to have documented agreement, you understand? So we're not doing this because you like me or I like you. No, it's of economic benefit, you understand? How we can create wealth and better, empower ourselves in our communities, in our family. And of course, when we are no longer here, we can pass down generational wealth so that our offspring, you understand, do not have to start from scratch and do not have to, struggle to make ends meet like most of us did, guys. All right, guys, so I'm going to share new news with you. I'm in Canada, so whatever affects Canada that benefits migrants and black people and people of color and everyone else, whatever race or tribe, I'd like to share that information. This information caught my attention. I just had to bring it to you guys. I don't know, for me, Canada is a safe place for a lot of refugees, migrants. It's a nation full of migrants who are very multicultural. Toronto is one of the most multiculturally diverse cities in the world. And recently, what happened? Canada has an agreement with the United States, okay? It's called the Canada-United States Safe Third Country Agreement. It's a treaty entered into force December 29, 2004, between the government of Canada and the United States to manage the flow of refugee claimants, at the shared land border. Because remember, Canada shares border with America. That's the only country we actually share border with right now. So they have that agreement. So under the agreement, or what is it supposed to do? Refugee claimants are required to request refugee protection in the first safe country they arrive in, unless they qualify for an exemption to the agreement. What does that mean? So if you come to Canada from America and you come to Canada to claim seek asylum refugee, they are most likely to deny, except that individual falls under the exception agreement, because they believe that America is a safe haven. So you could have claimed asylum in America. Or if you come from Canada to America and claim asylum or refugee in America, they are most likely to deny you because they feel Canada is safe. You should have done that. But where federal court ruled the Canada asylum agreement with the United States infringes upon the Canadian Charter of Human Rights and Freedom. According to the court, it's illegal, because most refugee claimants, or all refugee claimants, are actually running from violence and they need protection. So they believe they infringe on, the human rights. So it's quite interesting. However, the Liberal government under Justin Trudeau is appealing this court's decision, of course, which is expected. Like I told you, Canada is one of the best countries in the world. And the good thing is that the court actually gave 6 months suspension on this judgment to give the government time to respond. So the government is going to go back, check their check the law, check the agreement, and probably appeal or make amends. So guys, I had to share that information with you because I'm a migrant myself. I wasn't born in Canada, and I know a lot of people are suffering persecution in their home country. People are running from violence, from war, so it's sometimes people want to come to Canada, but they don't have the direct means to come. So they are forced to go through maybe Mexico or America, and then finally in Canada. So the court just feel that wasn't ideal, and they had to do that. All right, guys, so enough of current affairs. Let's talk about investment, which I know most of my viewers like to talk about. Yes, last week we talked about digital currency, how Bitcoin, is leading. Bitcoin becomes so expensive now to acquire because one Bitcoin is about $10,000 US, but there are several other Bitcoin over 5,000. How do you know which one to choose? But what am I trying to say right now? On this image, Berkshire Hathaway, which is owned by Warren Buffett. Everybody knows Warren Buffett, the Oracle of Omaha. Warren Buffett is one man whose investment practice is so amazing that he's been able to amass wealth within the last couple of decades, and he's doing very, very well because whatever he recommends always turns out to be true. So if you look on my screen right now, what do you see? That is actually Warren Buffett's portfolio for his company. You can see majority of the stocks he owns are actually bank stocks. Okay? But recently, Warren Buffett decided to, get rid of bank stocks. And people started wondering. Because, yes, we understand by March that because of the pandemic and all the lockdowns and restrictions, a lot of stocks, dropped. But they've been picking up. And Warren is the kind of person that likes to, take over companies, when they are failing or when their stocks are a bit low. And he takes over, and what he does is he revamps them and become profitable, and their share price increases drastically, and that's why he's been able to capitalize on that. So that's always been his strategy. But when he started to dump those bank stocks, people began to be worried. And not only that, Warren Buffett also did the same thing with his restaurant stocks. Yeah, we understand that restaurants are one of the businesses that's been affected the most due to COVID-19 pandemics. Even right now in my country, in Canada, a lot of restaurants cannot even, you can't even sit in the restaurant. There's sitting capacity, so a lot of people are actually sitting in the patio and outdoors. However, he owns a whole lot of shares in the company called Restaurant Brands International, and that's the firm behind Tim Hortons, Popeyes, and Burger King. So he sold those shares as well. And people are wondering, what is Warren doing? Well, unfortunately, he believes there's going to be a bank crisis. You know what we experienced a couple of years ago, 2008, if you can remember very well, there was a collapse of many economies. A lot of economy went to recession. So Warren Buffett believes that it's going to happen very soon, and he believes there's going to be a banking crisis, and that's why he's been offloading all these bank shares and trying to invest in commodity, other companies that do commodities like gold, etc. And not only that, I'm going to show you another image. And a lot of my viewers, I know you're very familiar with this man. Yes, that's the author of Rich Dad, Poor Dad, Robert Kiyosaki. Is also in the news lately. Why? Because he sent out a tweet, and that particular tweet, what did he say? The author of the Rich Dad Poor Dad told followers that there was no time to think about investing in safe havens. Because Kiyosaki is a well-known supporter of Bitcoin, and is always advising the public to buy and actively, concern himself with the downward trajectory of the fiat currency, which is paper money. He believes paper money is failing, and look at the performance of the US dollars. It's been failing recently. Well, his reasons for thinking that is that there may be a banking crisis. And why? Because of the activities of Warren Buffett recently, that he's been dumping his banking stocks and acquiring other stocks. Apart from that, the government responses, most government in North America and Europe, their response to COVID-19 was, they had to do a lot of bailouts. And as a result of that, paper money he believes they have been inflated. So according to Kiyosaki, since March, many countries, when they began the lockdown, it was affected the macro asset of the economy. Both Bitcoin and precious minerals were having huge gains. But the US dollar, the index was hitting all-time low. As a result of that, he's been advising his followers to actually take a look into digital currency. So guys, what does this tell us? First of all, Warren, as always, we know that whenever strategy always works. And now that he's dumping his bank stocks, he believes there's going to be a banking crisis. So guys, let's begin to prepare. Okay, you don't be caught unaware. I always tell people, try and invest in land. You know, real estate is something that you cannot duplicate. It's limited. There's scarcity. You know, apart from Dubai, obviously, where they try to do reclamation of the water and they turn it to land. But in this part of the world, not every country that can do that or willing to do that. So please, I always tell people, home is where your heart is. If your heart is in Canada, you know, invest heavily in land. That way you can begin to become self-sufficient. A lot of people want to get off the, the grid, because what does that mean? During the COVID-19, there was restriction. A lot of people were locked indoors. You understand? But if you have your own land, you have your acres of land 1 or 2 hours away from the city, you can always commute back and forth, because if you do 9 to 5, you're coming down in the morning. If it takes you 2 hours, okay, you're going back. You know, remember that land continue to appreciate. Apart from that, if you have acres of land, what can you do? You can also, fend for yourself, grow your fruits and vegetables. You know, have your poultry. You know, have your animal husbandry. You know, have your cattle and all that, and you can be self-sufficient. So when there's scarcity out there, you have enough, okay? And if you know, obviously, if you're not on the grid, you mostly power with propane, or you have your backup generator. So you really have no reason to fear. And of course, if you have acres of land, you may have license to actually do your own hunting for your protein. You can go for deer, Canada goose, white hawk, turkey, etc. So guys, this is what the show is always about, going out there to do our analysis and giving you those information so you can make wise decisions. So guys, don't forget, this is the second time I'm sounding the alarm. A lot of people feel that there's going to be a banking crisis, and as a result, that's going to affect the economy. And if it affects the economy, what's going to happen? You understand? House prices will drop. A lot of companies will lay off. There's going to be high unemployment, and we don't go back to the era of social welfare and all that. So guys, let's make wise decisions and be able to benefit ourselves. So guys, we're going to go on a very quick break. Do not go away. Remember, we'll be back. I have more information for you, mouth-watering information, and stay tuned and do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Resume to career@gbkm.fm. That is career, CAREER, @gbkm.fm. It's time to turn your passion into a career. Do you believe you could host an entertaining, engaging, and thoughtful weekly show? Or are you a business person or entrepreneur interested in building a brand for yourself? Can you connect with an audience and
Yes, welcome back. This is the Spotlight Show. My name is Jabez Napoleon Ogbole. I'm your host. Thank you for staying with me thus far, and I'm very happy you're able to be with me right now. If you're just joining me, please remember, after the live broadcast, we have our recordings on our YouTube channel at GBKM TV, and you're also on Facebook as well. So guys, thank you so much. Remember to share, subscribe to our channel, and like it, and tell your friends and family about this show. All right, so this show, we have a new segment of this show, very interesting segment called Did You Know? Yes, and this is powered by Top Rank Consulting. Who is Top Rank Consulting? Top Rank Consulting is an IT consulting company. And they train and empower people in the technology field, and this is a new segment that they've powered for this program. So thanks to Top Rank Consulting, and this segment is going to show you tips and tricks about career advancement, job search, and resume. And today, do you know what do we have? And I'm going to show you right now. Some very useful information that you may not know, that a lot of mistakes that people make. Yes, your resume. In this part of the world, in North America, we call it resume. In Europe, they call it CV, curriculum vitae. Same thing in the back, some part of the continent. Yes, so I'm going to share with you. According to an article on Forbes magazine by Ashira Prozak, a resume serves as the first impression you make on your hiring manager. So it needs to be very laser focused to include only the information that is relevant, okay? Relevant and helpful in you getting the job. So start something, even myself, I make some of these mistakes before in the past, you understand? Because our resume, nowadays, things are really changed. Back in the days, we used to have like 6 pages of resume. No longer the fact. Attention span is very, very minimal now. If you send me a resume for a job and it's 5 pages, I don't have the time to go through that 5 pages. I want to scan through the first or the second page. You need to highlight those skills. So the first mistake people make is dates other than the listing of your work history. Your date you acquire a certificate, your degree is irrelevant. Okay? You want to talk about the dates of your work history. Okay, I was in this company, ABC, from this to that. That is what is actually relevant. And it's true. Only dates that belong on your resume are the dates of your work history. The other mistake we make as well is details that give away your age. You don't know. You don't need to share your age on your resume, guys. You know, a lot of people make those kind of mistakes, and it's not really good. But what you've done is to screen yourself out of an opportunity to get interviewed. Okay, age, yes, age comes with knowledge, it comes with experience, but some people, for some reason, for certain jobs, they don't want certain people. But it's good to have the opportunity to, you know, they say a trial will convince you, to be able to convince them. When you put your age, what you do, you just screen yourself out of those opportunities. Another thing again is large blocks of tests. People just think, you know, by putting large block of tests and explaining my roles and responsibilities is ideal. Like I say, attention span. You know, when I get resumes, I always scan through it because I know what I'm looking for. Okay, so you need to analyze your skill. Large block of tests is not really important, you know, because, you know, at first glance, people actually want to skip through that. People want to be able to make sure your resume is readable, ensure that the information you want to get people's attention is highlighted. Another thing is your photo. Photo, guys, people like to put their photo in their resume. I've done that in the past, but unfortunately, the expert have said that photos on resume is not actually ideal. So, guys, having photo put you for potential discrimination intentionally or intentionally. So, guys, photo is on there. And obviously, number 5, links to social media pages that are not relevant. The most important link on your resume is your LinkedIn profile, because LinkedIn profile is career networking site, okay, which highlight your skill. So if there's any other link there, it should be link that showcase your professional abilities. Okay, don't go put links there that are not really relevant to the job or your skill set for that job. And the last but not the least is your address. What's your address doing on your resume? I see a lot of resume, people put their address on their resume. Do you know what that does? It actually takes you off the opportunity. Why? Because nowadays people work remotely. You understand? For you, if you are looking for a job in the next city, maybe that's 1 hour away, you're already committed to commuting to that place. Okay? So why put your address there? Because if you put your address there, the hiring manager might think, oh, this person lives 40 minutes or 1 hour away. You know, and as a result, you may get screened out of the opportunity to interview. So guys. So yes, guys, did you know it's a new segment powered by Topron Consulting? So I want to give a quick shout out to them. They'll be doing amazing thing. So Topron has successfully helped motivate professionals, including myself, to transition and thrive in careers within the technology industry. They teach core technical, business, and leadership skills required by leading organizations. I'm in the tech space myself, like I told you before. We make a whole lot of software. You build a lot of platforms, you know, enabling, you know, business process management, you know, robotic process optimization. What we're trying to do is get rid of a whole lot of repetitive tasks so that, you know, machines can actually do that. So a whole lot of people are going to be out of jobs. Like I shared with you before, some of the industry has been impacted. So if you belong to those industries, guys, you know, take a look and see how you can acquire new skill sets or how you can transition into new careers. And like I said, Topron is one of those companies doing great things within the black communities and across Canada as well. You know, they cater to all people. You know, it doesn't matter where you're from, what your background is. They are very, 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 very helpful. So guys, it's been amazing today. I'm very, very happy that you've been able to join me thus far. We are here to share you wonderful information. And like I always tell you, we do the heavy lifting. All you have to do is relax and then, you know, assimilate this information, and you go back and make your own wise decision. Thank you to all my listeners out there, those that reach out to me by phone, by email. A whole lot of people have been able to invest in digital currency. A whole lot of people have been able to take their career to the next level. A whole lot of people through these shows have been able to start new businesses, you know, provide new services, you know, have multiple streams of income. And this is what it's all about. Today we're talking about group economies. Let's take advantage of that. You know, a few people have reached out to me, you know, on wonderful initiative, which I myself want to invest in. Okay, because I'm not here to talk. I want to benefit myself as well. Okay, so guys, take advantage of these opportunities. Reach out to me, spotlight@gbkm.fm or Instagram @jbes, JAYGBES. It's always amazing sharing Sunday evenings with you. I'm very happy for, you know, sharing your Sunday evening with me as well, wherever it may be. Thank you so much. If you have friends in the North America, in Europe, you know, tell them about this show. Have friends back home, share it. You understand? Because empowerment is very important. We are going to the 21st century. And we need to be the leaders of the 21st century, guys. Okay, so please take this very serious. And next week is going to be very important as well. I'm going to bring in some special guests doing amazing things, you know, coming to share, you know, their challenges and opportunities that is available out there. You know, it's very interesting being with you. Thank you so much. And same time next week, 6 p.m. Eastern time. It's a 30-minute show and where we'll give you relevant information. So until we meet again, you know, remember, you're always in the spotlight, and the change you seek begins with you. Good night.
Strong social media skills? If so, the GCAM Network would love to invite you to join our team. We're looking for driven, genuine folks who are willing to work hard as an independent broadcaster. If this sounds like you, come join our team. For more information, email your resume to career@gbkm.fm. That is career, CAREER, @gbkm.fm. It's time to turn your passion into...
Good evening, distinguished Edolites, Edo sons and daughters at home and in diaspora. My name is Joseph Ehigiamso. It's a pleasure to be with you today on the second edition of the series, Zoom series with Excellency right here, who is with us tonight. While I wait for my sister, Loretta, to join us, I would just advise you to sit down, relax, and enjoy this wonderful session with us today.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, our own ambassador, Joe Ehigiamso from the UK, a man who's been renowned in the media far and wide. This evening, we are doing our second series of His Excellency Zoom, and we have distinguished people in our panel. First among them is Amaeze Igiebo, ace broadcaster and Deputy Director News in NTA, Nigerian Television Authority. We also have Ms. Joy Omorege, who is heading the NGO for the Edo Next Generation in the United Kingdom. We have all the way from America, a man popularly called Daddy Rich, Richard E. Asere, a community mobilizer and one who has done enormous work in the Bronx and received many awards. We have got with us as well Oris Wiliki, a man who needs no introduction. He is one of Nigeria's most talented reggae artists. I welcome all of you today, and hopefully we'll have an excellent time with the governor, x-raying his plans for the state and engaging with the people at home and Edo people all across the world.
Thank you so very much. It is my honor and rare privilege to introduce our #1 citizen of Edo State, the heartbeat of Nigeria, the cradle of Black civilization, and the eye-opener to the Black world. His Excellency, the Governor of Edo State, who has an acronym, Wake and See. Pleasure to welcome you to this second series. His Excellency, Godwin Nwegase Echua Obaseki. Welcome on board, sir.
Good evening, and thank you very, very much. It's nice to be with all of you again since we last had a conversation last Saturday. Thank you for taking time out this evening to be with me, to listen to me as I give a much more in-depth analysis and discussions on our mega manifesto, Making Edo Great Again.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to have you again. We can't have enough of you. Now, we're going straight because this whole session is about interactivity with yourself. And the first member of our panelists for today is one of our own revered daughter of Edo. She's an ace broadcaster, a one-time colleague back in the days at Edo Broadcasting Service. Allow me to welcome my sister, Sister Ameze Igipo, who set the ball rolling.
All right, thank you very much, Joe, and thank you, Sister Loretta, and of course, His Excellency Godwin Enogegase Obaseki. It's a pleasure to be here. 4 years down the road in your administration, this is a great opportunity for me to be interacting with you. It's not that I have not been following happenings in my state, a state I'm very proud of. I want to also quickly say that I'm one of those who is impressed by what you have done so far. I will recount an experience I had not too long ago when I got to Benin, and the young people were saying, wait and see, wait and see. I'm like, what is wait and see? They say, Sister, we're my no do. Why you're where you poor, why you you know, I'm like, hey, only Manati, wait and see, governor. Thank you very much. I haven't said that, Your Excellency. I think I would just ask a very throbbing question that has been on my mind for a while now. And I want to thank the organizers for this opportunity too. Your Excellency, we know that there is a common saying which says, if you think education is expensive, you try ignorance. In view of this, I would want you to briefly assess your performance in the education sector. What, is the current outcome of Edo Best? And how do you and your team plan to ensure that the child in the interior villages, for example, in our local government area of Edo State, for instance, is covered in this project? That's the first question.
Thank you very, very much. It is very difficult for me to talk about education briefly, in brief, because this is my passion. And you all know that all of you who are connected today will not be who you are or where you are, but for the education that you received that has taken you there. So I believe that education is one subject that we cannot talk about briefly. We should spend a bit of time, and do an in-depth analysis on the state of education in Edo State and how we can use education to make Edo great again. You see, because the only way you can predict the future is to have the power to shape the future. And that power is derived from education and training. And so for us, when we look at the future and look at our demographics, look at the structure of our population that is so, it's like a pyramid with a very large base, young people. It's therefore tells us that if we want Edo to be greater than it is today, we must focus on education, particularly at the base. Clearly, this generation, we failed our youngsters, we failed the young generation. With their very ill-equipped classrooms, untrained teachers, outmoded curriculum, which does not help help school leavers get work or employ themselves. And so for us, education, became an imperative. And that's why we decided on starting from the base, starting from the basic school system and building up.
Well,
to the university, started from how do we strengthen them? How do we create a plan for the educational system? We looked at policies, education policies as a whole, and I'm going to talk about it in greater detail when we get into the question session. We looked at planning and budgeting. How do we plan our educational system? A lot of you will be surprised that what was secondary school when you went to school is no longer what it is today. Because when most of us went to school, the school system was 6, 3, 3, 4. 6, 5, 4. That was the system we operated in. 6 years of basic school, 5 years of secondary school, and possibly 3 to 4 years of university education. Today, that system has now been changed into one way. In here, you still have 6, 3, 3, and 4. 6 for what they call primary school, 3 for junior school, 3 for senior school, and 4 for for university or higher education. And what has happened is that whereas we've created a new system, but structurally we're still operating the old system. You have said basic education is supposed to be your first 9 years of learning. So the first 6 years and the next 3 years is supposed to be basic. The next 3 years is technical, and then university. So, and this system was broken. So what we decided to do was sit down, rethink the whole educational system, starting from the basic level and focusing on what the key problems were, which was first teachers. The most important element in any educational system is the people who will impart knowledge. How do you prepare them for teaching? How do you train them while they are teachers? How do you equip them with the tools to teach the children? How do you govern the schools, whether it's a basic school or a secondary school? The role of the head teacher is very, very important. If the head teacher does not have enough authority where parents can come and bully, they do not have cash to run the school system, it's not going to work. Then we looked at the issue of why are we going to school? Why are we sending our children to school? Is it just for them to go to school or for them to learn? How do we measure learning outcomes? How do we know that these kids who have gone to school are actually learning in school? How do we improve literacy and numeracy? Because we have situations where children leave primary school, secondary school, and they come out as illiterates. And how do we ensure that we have information, electronic records, to determine which child is in school and which child is not? Then we've also found that there was an issue of ownership. The last administration, the administration before mine, embarked on building infrastructure. They equated the problem in the educational sector with the poor buildings and the poor infrastructure. But guess what? We spent a lot of money was spent rebuilding schools, we termed it Red Roof. But if you go to those schools that were rebuilt or renovated, most of them were vandalized because there was no sense of ownership. The communities did not feel, because they were not carried along, feel that they owned it, because the school was another government asset, not belonging to them. So these were some of the challenges, including the availability of furniture, availability of the infrastructure of the schools, that led us to now introduce EdoBest to address each of these areas. And I would say, looking back, we've made tremendous success. There's still a lot of work to do, tremendous amount of work to do. And sometimes I say, look, if we had started this type of reform in 1999, by today we would have covered the whole spectrum. And the children who were in primary one in 1999, today will be graduates and will graduate and.
All right. Hello?
Well,
hello?
I've been able to, so what have we, what, are we there? Are you still hearing me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So for me, what are the outcomes? What have we succeeded in doing with EdoBest? Today, we have over 260,000 children enrolled in EdoBest. We have over 860 schools out of the primary schools, out of the about 1,100 that are now EdoBest schools. We've supplied over 10 million materials, books, books.
I think we have a technical hitch here, but I'm sure His Excellency will be back soon. It must be network.
Yes, technical glitch, and so definitely His Excellency will be back with us very, very shortly. And the issues about the educational sector, particularly Edo Best, which is bringing a lot of transformation to the educational sector in Edo State. But rest assured that this session is built to be an excellent one, and we'll have moments to address some pertinent questions, that bothers the mind of so many of you. Despite all the challenges at home, His Excellency has made time to be with us today, and that shows a lot of regard for Edo lives and the diaspora.
And Joe, the way he was going, it was clear he understands the data from this project. It was clear he lives and breathes the data, and I'm sure he's not going to disappoint any of us today, telling us exactly what it is like and answering Amaeze Igiebo's question.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, it tells you so much that he's very much in touch with his administration and everything that's happening. He doesn't need to read books, he's not reading a script, he's not reading any prepared speech. Everything is really embedded in his head. That shows you, how much that he's doing as an executive officer of Edo State. We do hope that he'll be joining us very, very shortly to round up that session. And of course, we'll have a number of questions lined up to engage him for today. As you know, the subject for today is Obaseki.
You don't know.
You don't know.
Yes, so there are many things to be unveiled today.
Absolutely.
Very many. This is just the beginning.
The tip of the iceberg, as they say. Well, it's so wonderful that, seeing so many people from across the divide all around the world, a representation of Edo. But we're told that Edo people are the most traveled people in the world. And we have been able to reach out to, nearly every Edo person from across the world.
It's playing out itself here. It's playing out itself here because looking on the screen and looking at the IP addresses, we can see people from far away Australia. We can see even Japan. This is a testimony to how well traveled and how enlightened the hearts of Edo people are. So I would imagine it's only enlightened hearts that can be receptive to a manifesto and proposal like MEGA, which the governor is trying to elucidate on this evening. He's back with us now. Your Excellency, welcome back.
Yes,
I'm sorry I lost you for a moment. I don't know if I'm reconnected.
Yes, you're back in.
Okay, thank you. So as I was saying before I lost you, we've made tremendous progress, but most significantly, today, a child under the Edo Best program now learns in one term what they used to learn in a year. Parents are giving testimonies as to how improved the children are, giving testimonies as to the fact that the children are behaving a lot better at home because the child today, we've abolished corporal punishments and the incentives being put in class. So children want to get to school early because they want their names to be on the character board. So to just round up this bit, it's to say the underlying theme, the underlying focus of MEGA, Making Edo Great Again in education, is to prepare and make sure that our education prepares our children for employment. And to do so, we need to give them a very firm and solid foundation. We need to imbue in them the right attitudes. We need to use technology to ensure that we manage our school systems better. We need to ensure that every decision we take in terms of education is data-driven. Today I can see how well and the top kids, how kids are performing in our school system and the top kids, and then begin to plan for them through their lives.
Excellent. That is excellent. I think we're having fluctuations again.
Well, hopefully it would. It's just about rounded off that session.
Yes.
Okay.
It's just about rounded up that session. So I think we should be getting ready with the next panelist and her question. The next person to come on is going to be Joy Omorege. Joy Iwinosa Omorege is a young woman who has delved into the field of economics and finance. She has worked in the financial industry for about 15 years now, and her work has taken her to places like not just in the United Kingdom, but the United Nations as well. She has worked in the Middle East and Latin America. So Joy, if you get ready with your next question, your next in panel, and I'm sure His Excellency will be joining us soon, this network will definitely settle.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Add a little bit to, Joy's profile. If we see the younger generation of Edolites, particularly in the United Kingdom, many seem to have lost touch, with home. And this young lady, in addition to her work ethics professionally, she's also seen the need to bring together the young Edolites. Edo Next Gen, by the way, is a phraseology that describes Edo Next Generation, as correctly mentioned earlier on.
Yes.
This is prepping up the next generation Edo sons and daughters. Not only in the UK, they have friends from, I've attended a couple of their events, and they come from all around the world, to synergize, to get to know themselves culturally, and then just share their ideas and network, which is a very strong basis, for existence today. So I said Joy Omorege is a young super lady.
She is, and she's traveled to Nigeria multiple times as well. While we are waiting, we can get to know the other panelists as well. You can tell us a bit about Oris Wiliki.
If you ask me to tell things about Oris Wiliki, I probably occupy the whole time we have.
Many people don't know he's an Edo man,
Okay, at a point in time, I'm sure that he's going to have a chance to unveil that side of him, because Pupa Oris Wiliki is a man, I call him a legendary Pupa Oris We Like You, and all the good things he has done. Not a little no introduction in the entertainment sector in Nigeria and across the world.
Sorry, I'm back. I'm back.
Welcome back, Excellency.
Okay, I think somehow I get unmuted centrally from you. So.
Oh. Okay, so you are unmuted now. You are speaking. We can hear you.
Okay.
We were just saying you were about rounding up on that question, wasn't it?
Precisely. So that's the. I'm sorry, I couldn't say much more briefly than that, because so much has been done. Education is so critical to us, to our survival as a group. It's critical to our manifesto of making Edo great again. And the jury is out there, like I was saying.
Well, it must be a network.
It must be a network, because he's not muted.
He came to Edo under Edo Best.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so the technology is not helping, so I'm trying to make sure I have two systems.
Okay, that's right. So thank you very much in your response, very detailed response to that first question. We'll move on to the next panelist, who we have introduced, by the way, while technology was playing off. So if you Kindly ask your question now. Joy Iwinaka Omogi.
Mr. Is Joy? Joy, can you unmute yourself, Joy?
Yes, I am off mute now.
That's good, Joy. Good to see you.
You're great. Your Excellency, it is a pleasure to speak to you again. We last engaged in and since then, we have been so thrilled to see all of your great work you're doing. I did want to call out that I saw on the internet, on the World Bank, that they had called out. Are we getting feedback?
No.
I can hear you. We can hear you.
We can hear you.
Yes, so I saw that the World Bank has actually written to say that the Edo Best program, the Edo Best program at home, has actually been on their radar in terms of who stands out within Nigeria and Africa, where the rest of the population really suffered as a result of COVID-19. So thank you. You are making us so proud out here.
Joy, sorry to interrupt you, but if you lean towards your microphone a bit.
Oh, okay.
That's much better.
Excellent.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. So just to say that you are making us so proud and we're so excited for what you're doing. Younger people in Edo State are contacting me and saying, Joy, there are centers for innovation. We are seeing so much more power supplies. Youth have more hope. So just representing youth in diaspora, we are really keen to partner with what is happening in Edo State actively. I was in Jamaica just last year doing development skill transfer for young Jamaicans. And so in line with that, what I really want to understand is for us in diaspora, there is not just me, there are so many of us who are thinking about how we can break barriers, how we can look at pathways through your mega manifesto to explore formal bilateral or multilateral engagement, ways that we can help with training and internships and skills and capacity transfer, how we can partner with some of your institutions in both states. You know, we just really want to look at not necessarily a one-way thing, but how we can really explore young people in diaspora coming to learn from our institutions as well as sharing our skills to really help develop through exchange programs within the mega structure.
Okay, thank you. Like I said, it's a process. You know, you can't transform a system in 4 years. In fact, it takes almost a generation. So we just started at the base. Where are we headed? We want to make sure that a lot of the kids who graduate from our basic school system, by the time they leave, they have the orientation to work. We now need to put them through certain vocational training while they're in their junior schools, and then try and encourage a lot of them to go through technical school trainings so that they have skills by the time they've done the first 12 years of learning. How can the diaspora assist? I mean, the whole spectrum, because we've just scratched the surface. You know, depending on what areas of interest to you, at the basic level, for instance, you know, you can go start from just providing playgrounds, items to kids and preschool kids in our school system, to adopting children in our school system. It costs about $40 per child per year under the Edo Best program, to volunteering when you have time, if you come home, to just volunteering to support what the teachers are doing, to putting friends together to even help with providing tables, chairs, and if we have enough money, nothing says you cannot help us with renovation of some schools. So, the important thing is that we have a very transparent platform, digitized platform for you to look into what's going on in any school that's of interest to you, and then tell us how you want to support.
That is absolutely brilliant. You will be hearing from Edo Next Gen, the wider Edo community in the diaspora as well, as we continue to grow. And we just want to celebrate you and just say we're so grateful for the progress. It is wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joy, for that question. Ambassador Ehigiamusoy.
Yes, thank you so much. We straight away to invite our next panelist for his question. It's a privilege to call on one of our own sons at domicile in the United States of America, doing us wonderfully proud. Is a man of great pedigree, almost a one-stop shop in terms of things that concern humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome Daddy Rich Iyasere to the platform.
Thank you. Ahi. Yes, Your Excellency, it's good to see you again. Thank you so much for taking time out of your busy time, and we all know how it is in Benin right now. You know, first time I met you in New York City when you came with President Buhari, I was the one that was insisting that you must take a picture with the few Edos that were in that conference that day when some few Nigerians were selected to meet Buhari. So that being said, so I don't take much of the time. I am from Ronigbe's south. In Orion local government area, where I have actually first-hand witnessed a deplorable healthcare service in rural area. I have personally, on my own, donated some hospital beds, and collectively, we also donated a lot of hospital equipment to Ronigbe Hospital via Ronigbe Association USA. Now, tell us the mega agenda. If the mega agenda has some kind of a blueprint of how the government can collaborate with people like us and associations in a way that the people in diaspora can contribute and to harmonize these diaspora pockets in a way to alleviate some of these problems in healthcare services in rural area. So if somebody have an accident in a little village before he's taken all the way to the 3-4 towns away, is the person's chances of surviving is very, become low. Please tell us what is in place in this mega agenda.
Thank you very, very much. And thank you for the assistance you've tried to provide to the community.
Are we having another Rich? Rich, I must thank you for your very comprehensive question. I'm sure His Excellency will be back soon. This network is going to stabilize.
He's back.
He's there.
All right. Welcome, sir.
Yeah. So thank you again, Daddy Rich, for your support. You're right. For us, just like with education, healthcare is also very critical. And we have in our mega agenda, a mega plan, a well thought out rollout plan for healthcare. The good thing about the mega agenda is that we're just not starting from scratch. The mega agenda was built on our experience over the last 4 years. And what has been our experience in healthcare? The experience in healthcare has not been too pleasant. And at the base of the crisis in the healthcare system is governance. How do you coordinate the activities of the entire medical chain? Where do you start from? What do you emphasize? For us, we decided to build from the base. The base and the emphasis is on primary health care. And when we came into government, we found out that, you have close to 400 or more so-called primary healthcare centers that had been built across the state, most of them uninhabitable. People just gave out buildings, which they call primary healthcare center, which had nothing, no content. So what we've done is to focus first on basic care, primary health care, and try to show what primary health care should be like. First, it's about people. You have to train your health workers, particularly the community health workers and the nurses who man those centers. Secondly, you have to make them, livable. You have to make them, you have to make sure the infrastructure is one that works for them. How can you have a primary healthcare center without flowing water? How can you have a primary healthcare center without electricity and babies are being delivered at night with torches? So for us, it's about fixing the basic healthcare facilities, training the people, the healthcare workers, the first responders on what to do, ensuring that there's a basic infrastructure like light, water, and security, and also making sure that you put in place the technology, just like we've done with our school systems. We're working with a group of consultants who have developed technology in which we have trained these healthcare workers so that when you come into a primary healthcare center, at least some basic record is kept. Your biodata is put in the system, your health status, your blood pressure, your pulse rate, all the basic data are captured in there, and that data is uploaded so that, by the time somebody is doing a review of this for the day and says that there's a patient whose blood pressure is abnormally high, then the doctor will now say, look, go get that patient for me so that I can attend to. And so for us, it's about building the basic healthcare system. We've done the first prototypes, one per local government. We're now increasing the rollout by the end of this year. I expect I would have rolled out at least 100 of such centers across the 18 local governments of the state. We have created what you call a basic healthcare agency. That is that's a reform that's going on nationwide. So we've created a primary healthcare agency, which is a separate agency that we're moving all the community health workers into so that we can track them, we can train them, we can upgrade their skills, and then we can also raise money to ensure that the system is well funded. The second pillar in our healthcare program is secondary care. But secondary care becomes viable when you have a primary healthcare system that works. Because, the general hospitals, general hospitals we are refurbishing across the state should not be with your first point of contact with the healthcare system. You shouldn't be going to general hospital to treat malaria or to treat typhoid. Those can be dealt with at primary healthcare center, such that our secondary care centers, our general hospitals become reference points. We also, and then because you have enough data on the people who have been referred, you understand the cases, they can now deal with more complicated cases. The third plank of our healthcare reform is collaboration with the private sector. Today, the private sector is a large provider in the health space, so you cannot ignore them. And so we'll have to work out methods to collaborate actively. There's no reason why a private practitioner from his clinic cannot refer and attend to cases of his or her patient in our general hospital. And we just focus on the issue of standards and making sure that people can pay for the healthcare they receive. The fourth plank of our system is healthcare financing. All of you, wherever you are in the world, know today that you don't go to the hospital and pay cash. There is always some financing through a health insurance system available. We have established a health insurance system in Edo State under our Edo Health Improvement Program. And we're completing the actual studies as we speak. And we're coming out with the rates we believe people should pay, and they should be affordable. If you have plans where people pay 50 naira a day or 100 naira a day, that means you can pay 500 naira a week, 2,000 naira a month, 24,000 naira a year. That sort of package should be able to give you some basic care and basic cover for the family. So the healthcare financing is what we, one of the key plans that we're working on, and we have, we've hired someone. The agency is running. We have a very competent young man who is running the process. And then lastly, training. We're revamping and reopening state nursing school and also the School of Nursing and Midwifery the first quarter next year. We're working on the accreditation now. And we want to make sure it's of very high standard, high quality, because at the end of the day, it's the aftercare that's critical. I'm sure many of you would like to come home with medical missions and treat people and help. But when you leave, what happens? You need people who understand how to now care for these patients. So in a nutshell, those are the building blocks of the healthcare reforms which we will undertake under our MEGA program. The good thing is that we started, the basic legislative reforms are in place, the key people, key drivers have been hired, and what we need to do immediately we win on September 19th is to just begin a massive rollout. As I speak, the reason why I'm so conversant with the healthcare system is that over the last 120 days, I have met as the head of the COVID response team. I've worked with the healthcare system every day. I meet with them at 9 a.m. every day, and that has really opened my eyes to the state of healthcare and why it's what it is. But I am optimistic. We have very brilliant people. We are the center, we're a medical hub. Our goal is that Edo will be the medical hub because we have what it takes. We have 3 federal government, federal health institutions. Specialist hospital on infectious diseases in Irua. We know over the last 40 years, we've produced high quality medical personnel for UPTH in the state. So we have the people, we have the location. Healthcare is viable, it's good business. And we're seeing a lot of, in the last 1 year alone, we've seen about 3 or 4 very high-end hospitals come to open in Benin City. I mean, if the conditions for it were not there, I'm not sure the investment would have been made. But I am very optimistic that before I leave office in 2024, we will have the best medical system, at least in our sub-region. We are revamping the Stella Obasanjo Hospital. Right now, it's a COVID treatment center, but we've finalized the plans, the drawings, and we will in the general hospital there where we're raising money to buy equipment, the high-end equipment. The Edo Specialist Hospital has, we've tried to fix the problems in the hospital. We've now opened, it's a high-end hospital, and our plan is to invite investors. We're working with the IFC as we speak on a study. We will invite investors to come and now invest in the Edo Specialist Hospital in areas like oncology, in areas like renal medicine, areas where people, the sort of diseases people used to travel to India and other places to treat, there's really no reason why we cannot treat them in Edo State. One thing we have, which I know will make the healthcare infrastructure work, is electricity. Because one of the biggest problems with healthcare operations in Nigeria is electricity. You imagine a doctor undertaking a high-end operation and then NEPA BDC goes or the power goes. What happens? Or you buy a very expensive CT scan or MRI machine, and in the middle of scanning, power goes. I mean, most of our equipment just gets destroyed because of unreliable power. But that we have cured. We now have very reliable 24/7 power, from an IPP that will lighten up, will power these hospitals. So we're very, very optimistic that under our mega project, we fix the issue first, people, making sure that we have well-trained healthcare professionals from the basic level through nurses, through high-end the high-end medical personnel, that we have very good quality infrastructure, that we have a supportive technology, thanks to telemedicine. I'm sure from wherever, no matter if we have very complicated cases, people can help treat from outside Edo State. And then just creating the general environment for healthcare to thrive by making sure that there's money in financing, because healthcare is not cheap. Thank you. I don't know if I answered your questions.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for that very detailed response. Just to remind the House that if we all please mute our microphones, and we should all be patient, the Excellency will take questions from the Zoom crowd as well. Osagie Nosahai, Delphine E, Omoforan Loki, and Meg Edo-Ahiombari, well done for your comments. You have said the governor has answered this last question very well. Desiree Tisdall, thank you for greeting everybody. The next panelist needs no introduction. He will introduce himself and ask questions. He's a common name in the Nigerian household. Oris Miliki.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, Your Excellency.
Good evening, Oris. How are you?
I'm very well, sir. I want to thank the organizers of this event. And Your Excellency, I'd like to reveal to you that we have one great thing in common, and that is the name. Okay. My middle name is Godwin.
Fantastic.
And 90% of Godwins are warriors and conquerors.
Yes, because God will always win.
Exactly. That is why I am not afraid of whatever battle you face. And that's why I say this. Wareni Matia Okako. Okako no sagierun. Eno sagierun agbon. Ayi mi abeka be no berude. Ogade wo daro. Ogade vi yeke. Olugbe fe ya kede. Wega yo tugare. Ayi mi fikifi. Nisura kwa. Iyare. Obaseki. Iyare. Oh. Iyare. Iyare. Eruga yore. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Having said that, I have two questions. Number one would just go as simply as a leader who knows the value of technical education, having education being a basic requirement for the 21st century job creating and empowerment strategy. What strategic plans do you have in making it part of the Edo State tertiary educational curriculum, just like you have it in Edo State Universal Basic Education Board? And to what extent can it impact lead to ensuring the Edo State no longer produces universities, polytechnics, and colleges of education graduates with just theoretical knowledge and no practical experience in their various fields?
Thank you very, very much. I mean, it's like you were reading our minds. You recall that after I took over in November 2016, the day I took over, the first visit I made was to Benin Technical College, just to emphasize the importance that we place on technical education. And don't forget, when I started, I said, we must look at education as one for employment. And the bulk of employment is going to come from the technical areas. But you've got to make sure that the children have a solid basic foundation first. Because for them to be able to appreciate technical training, the basics must be there. They must know how to count. They must know how to measure. They must know how to convert tables and all the things that you need to read manuals and follow through with what you need to do technically. And so for us, what we've looked at is, say, look, let's really follow the new educational system we have, the new educational design, which says that when a child is 6 years old, you go into primary school, you do your first 6 years, then you're now going to a junior. After you finish your first 6 years, you then graduate into a junior school. You must, at the junior school level, begin to now expose the children, expose young people to the vocations, to some technical training. That is where it starts. Not heavy duty ones, but at least they must know, the basics about technical education. They must be able to measure, they must be able to do some basic design. And then after those 3 years, they then have two streams. You either go straight into a technical school or you go into a secondary school. If you go into a secondary school, then that prepares you for university and other, the other professions. But if you go to a technical school, then by the time you spend 3 years, you would have come out with in addition to your NECO, you come out with a trade certificate, either in auto mechanics or hotel management, whatever it is. And then after that, you can now go into a polytechnic or wherever to now get your diplomas. So first, it's about thinking through how to make it work. Secondly, it's about ensuring that you are clear as to where you are training these children for. Government cannot do it alone. So there must be the partnership with the private sector. So if I find a child who says he's interested in music after JSS 3 and now goes into senior secondary school, that child should be able to, be trained or have exposure to learn music, right? And therefore, the school must have the facilities, the teachers to train that child in that specific technical area they need. They're interested in. But there must be a market. They must have people like you who are ready to employ them so that they can intern. And that way they can now relate the theory to the practice. So there has to be a handshake as you build out your technical education. And that is what we are doing. Thanks, we've gotten grants from the World Bank. We're working on it. Yes, we've refurbished Benin Technical College. We're going to do that in Iroa and that in Igara in the next 1 year. We now have a prototype. We are fixing the School of Agriculture. We are fixing, in Benin, in Gwariaki, in Uromi, and in Agenaboda. These are going to be the tertiary institutions that will help finish and find, with these children who have decided to go the technical way. But more importantly, we are now having to look for businesses to now partner with government so that the people we're training have the benefit of the exposure while they are receiving training. Because we are not building manpower for government alone, we're building it for industry. And by the grace of God, when our industrial park takes off, that will create a veritable hub for training and, for training these children in practical studies, in the practical things to do. But more importantly, it will give us the manpower we need to train people in technical subjects. Because the biggest challenge we have today, we don't have many teachers who can teach technical subjects. So if we have more industry, we'll have an industry who can partner with the schools and impart some of the experience and knowledge they require into these children while they're in school and receiving technical education. We are also making sure that we make technical education hip. We make it, the thing to do. Everybody wants to go to university, but you don't need to go to a university because, you can still achieve what you want to achieve by going through a technical school, and nothing says you stop your education when you finish your technical school. You can still get a degree, the degrees you want, but the degrees have to be relevant. The degrees should be more than certificates. The last bit is the universities themselves. Once we are able to start this process with the technical schools and the polytechnics, we will naturally graduate into the universities, so that the universities now begin to adapt and change their curricula to ensure that as the graduates they produce, are graduates who begin to work, who begin to have the practical experience while they are still in school. We don't want to produce pharmacists who have never been into a pharmacist shop, or while they're in school, or they're not interned with pharmacy, pharmacy stores. Or we don't want to produce, food technologists who have nothing, they've just read through it in school and they come out and they say they want a job. Nobody will be keen on it because you're going to spend so much time training them all over again. So those are the things we're looking at, and that's the basis of, technical training, technical building and making Edo great again, because we need to, imbue in our people a lot of technical skills so that the industries we're hoping to attract, the businesses we're bringing in, have a ready-made pool of manpower. Because it will be really sad if we attract all these businesses and our people are not trained to work for them. We don't want the kind of xenophobia you're seeing in South Africa today.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
Well, thank you so much, Your Excellency, for that wonderful response. It looks like you're really, really prepared for us. We see all the questions thrown at you. It's like they're making brick walls and you're nailing them like no man's business. We appreciate you for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
On a light-hearted note, let me quickly throw this in the mix, because some of the feedbacks that we have also found is the fact that, people misunderstand your poise, your dedication, commitment, and the result-oriented person that you are. People misunderstand it somehow. People talk, say, this man, they're not a see smile for his face. This man, he too work hard, they rest. In fact, he don't shift this thing enter government house. Government house, they bubble. People just walk out for street, the next thing you know, because they get connection with government house, they just bounce gate and enter inside there. The restaurant, they inside there, everybody go there, go grudge, go chop. Bobo. Sometimes what you need to do for government, say, they apple. So boys now for street, they feel somehow, say, this governor, since where he come, everything don't change. Even you yourself, Your Excellency, what do you see concerning this observation when people get concerning this?
Well, my brother, the thing when I mean we say, you know, fit the bubble when money not there. You know, fit the bubble when things not really happen. But when I come, everybody say, oh, this is a government na bank. You just come in, you go play come. I say, they don't say work the government. The time when person will spend, just the gist. You know how many things you're supposed to do with that time. So government not serious business. So that's why when people say they get simple agenda, they laugh at them. I said, this is not simple. It's not hard work. Look, sometimes person will don't do 16, 18 hours. You still not finish because so many things when they not do before. So government not be play matter. Government not be one when people they can't take what's up. You need to understand, say, you won't sacrifice, you won't help fix something. You know, like Papa for house, you're not going to play when begin to play. Yeah? Otherwise, nothing will happen.
Yeah. Very much for that response. That was, yes, government not be play, not be single agenda. Government na mega work.
Exactly.
That is what it is. It is what it is. So just to let the Zoom audience know that very soon we'll be kicking open the Zoom questions. But if I call on the Ace broadcaster to ask her next question very quickly, the daughter of a politician herself, Ameze Igebo. Then we can move on to Joy. Joy is oh, excellent.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
We can hear you, Ameze. Your mic.
Can you move a little bit closer to your mic, Ameze?
She's muted.
No, she's not muted.
She's.
Oh, she muted herself again.
Yeah, you just have to mute her.
All right, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. Your Excellency, sir, we need to, while you were answering the question, you talked about the general hospital. It has been a sorry sight.
Can you adjust your position a little bit? There's so much noise.
Yeah, could you possibly move closer again?
Can you hear me now?
Just
really quiet here.
Okay. You want to start all over again, please?
Yes, yes. I'm asking about the general hospital in Benin City. I'm really particular about it because I have the sense of
sorry, Ameze, I think we probably need to pass for now because your mic is crackling. We can barely hear you.
If you are using two devices, can you just put one off?
Yeah. So we could come back to you later, Ameze.
Can we mute? Yeah, can we just put you on mute and go on to Joy? Joy, if you take your next question and then we'll come back to Ameze Igiebo. Is that okay?
Yeah, that sounds like a plan.
All right, so Joy, Iwono Salmorege, please.
Joy, you ready?
Can you unmute yourself, Joy?
Can everyone hear me? I think so.
Yes, we can. And
Right.
come close to your mic, please.
Okay, wonderful. So again, thanks to all the organizers on this call, Auntie Loretta, Uncle Joe, amazing call with Your Excellency. Okay, sir. So this is a little bit more lighthearted. I love eating and I love cooking. Ikakabo gwale, so, what is your favorite food?
Well, I eat everything. I eat everything. So clearly, as a Benin man, pounded yam, ogbono soup. Yeah, that's fun. But somehow I try to make sure, I don't know why, but I just, I'm a dodo freak. So at every day you try and ensure that if you're not eating pounded yam, every meal you have rice, beans, has dodo with it.
Fantastic.
That is one, and this one final part there was, in addition to the question that we asked, even on the chat, people are just saying, is there a structure or department within the government that is tasked with engaging with us in the diaspora, so we can partner?
Yes, like I said in my last interaction with you, the diaspora is one of our biggest assets. I can tell you, I built, I built a road, and before you know what, it's full with houses. Yes. And the bulk of those, the funding for those houses are not coming from the Nigerian banking system. It's coming from outside. So the partnership with the diaspora is
I think there's fluctuation. Network is quite unstable.
Yeah. His Excellency will be back with us soon.
Definitely.
It must be fluctuations from the network. Are you back, Your Excellency?
No.
In the interim, can Ameze Igiebo please get ready because he'll be taking her question next. I think you may just need to reposition your mic, Ameze, in such a way that you speak directly into it.
All right.
Thank you very much, Ma.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Can hear you now. We are just waiting on His Excellency to come back.
Okay.
It's amazing that you know, something typical with all Edo men, or majority of Edo men, this pounded yam thing. We welcome this part of the world. Let's say too much carbohydrate, this, too much this, too much that. We will come to do now, you know, because if His Excellency is also a pounded yam fan.
The difference is that His Excellency is exercising. He will move from one local government to the other, and you will eat your own and not do all that work.
Oh boy.
In fact, we're not even get the sun. The sun not there here to help to burn it, you know. So I totally agree. But again, you know, there you are. That's life.
Amazing. Please, could you please check your mic? If you are using two devices, put one off.
Or is that?
Find a way to steady your microphone.
Or is there a device close to your mic? There's a device that's a magnetic. It's a magnetic kind of interference with your mic. If you have a magnetic device, it could be a phone, be a radio, anything that is actually altering.
At this juncture, I think
because
there must be something where you get
battery.
What battery?
The battery power is getting low.
I think she's running out of battery, she said.
I had to plug it. That's the only thing here.
Okay, that's really the problem. That's electricity.
Yeah.
Do you have a USB to plug it on your laptop so you can take it off the power grid?
Well, while we allow that to be taken care of, just want to quickly flag up here that at this juncture, I think what the Excellency has done so far by way of his engagement is worth commending, considering the distractions taking place at home at the moment.
Yes.
It's just equal to what happened last year, June last year, when he came to visit us. For the UK Business Summit, Investment Summit. And also there were so many distractions at home.
It's back on. The Excellency is back on.
Back on, wonderful. Welcome back, Your Excellency.
There is a lag in the time frame of connection.
Boy.
Just to say that we see many Zoom hands on. We will take the questions as they come. We've noted the hands that have been on. I actually saw Chief Acheleke Taku hands up for a while now. If he's in the... And there are so many hands on. Thank you to everyone, every single person. 39 hands on. Fantastic. This is actually engagement.
Loretta, Your Excellency is back on.
Excellent.
Okay.
Welcome back, Your Excellency.
So, Loretta, I'm back on.
Thank you. So if we go straight
Thank
to
you.
Ameza's question now, she didn't take before. I know you ended on the note that the diaspora was very, very great asset. But just for the sake of time, if Ameza Egeboma, please, if you ask the question now.
Yes. Your Excellency, I just want us to look at the issue with the central or general hospital. I was discussing with Loretta and I said, well, I still have this feeling about that hospital. It's lying waste and nothing is being done about it. Or maybe that's what I think. I'm sure your excellent position to governance would have made you thinking of how to make it work so that it will not just be like an elephant that is lying waste. So what's your take on the
Thank you. No, it's not thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, on the contrary, it's not lying waste. What we've tried to do is we've tried to make sense out of the hospital, you know, because in terms of its design, in terms of the way the whole project was a mess, but we've tried to make sense out of it. We've tried to bring in experts. You know, we have a consultancy group, a group now that's coming there, and they're now running, you know, they're now rebranded the section as Edo Specialist Hospital, with several several, what's it called, several specialties. And if you went in there today to see what's going on, you'll be truly, really proud. It's been run, even though it's a government hospital, but it's been run like a government hospital. It's been run as if it's a private hospital. What we're trying to do, once we finish with Stella Obasanjo, we intend to now move every other specialization in the main general, the old 90-year-old general hospital into Stella Obasanjo. We're expanding, the Stella Obasanjo Hospital. We've, in fact, found, to my amazement, I found 30 hectares of land that had been earmarked into a mediplex almost 40 years ago, but it was abandoned. So I'm going back, I'm doing a redesign, I'm rebuilding, expanding the Stella Obasanjo Hospital. I mean, I went into the bush around there one day and I saw almost 500 pillars that had been abandoned. So we're rebuilding that hospital. We'll, adjacent to it is the nursing school. So we're going to rebuild it and move the general hospital there within the next 18 months, and then get private investors to come in and invest in that location where the general hospital is. So we're going to be expanding the Edo Specialist Hospital. Now they are into dentistry. They have the best dialysis facility in Edo State there today. They have, they have, accident emergency. So we are going to be investing. We're going to be looking for investors and working with IFC to bring in investors to now help us with making sure that we get more resources. But today it's not wasting. I am sure I'll try and get the people, maybe the next Saturday, we'll try and get the cameras in there and they'll do a walk around the wards and you see for yourself.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I'm
Thank
sure, Madam Almeze Igebo, you have your answer. If we move on to the next person on the panel, and if you really keep the questions brief, please. We need to open the Zoom house. His Excellency is very keen to engage with the people. So I'm going to call on Daddy Rich, please. Daddy Rich, if you want to ask your next question.
Just a second. What has taken place always to stand by as well.
All right. Yeah. I'm on mute now?
You're fine now.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, Your Excellency, it was noted at the last Zoom meeting that the highest peak was when you spoke Pidgin English. So that being said, I want my highest pick tonight. So I'm going to ask you the next question in Pidgin English. So, and we're going to go back to education, which is something that I'm really passionate about. We are aware of we know all the good things, the building renovation. We know the Edo Best. We know about some quality education that you are putting in place. Education not be by building or pen and barrel alone. Education involves training and acquiring skill. You go agree with me, say, Edo students need teacher, not only we know their subject, but we go fit, motivate, and inspire children. So the mega agenda, is there any steady stream with that agenda to select this kind of teachers? We go bring not only the area of specialty where they know their subject, but we go bring that human skill to inspire children.
Let me just tell you true. For me, work, because I know if they talk of education, where I want to teach children how to speak English and how to get literary skills, and I'm going to use Broken Talker. So let me go back and say it as it really is. That, for us in Edo West, it's the system was broken, totally broken, right? Not because
Be back.
I was beginning to enjoy that.
We will soon be back.
He'll be back.
I think the thing is, he's going to answer your question, that he just wants to package it in nice English, since he's the face of Edo Best, him and Joan Oviawe. So maybe they don't want to answer in colloquial English until now. But definitely,
he's back, Loretta.
His Excellency is back, please.
Excellent.
Yeah. So as I was saying, for us, it's very serious business. I mean, because this is something that will transform lives. Do you know what it is? Right? Today, we have about 260,000 children, and hopefully we'll increase that number to about 500,000 children. And preparing those kids, over the next 10 to 15 years with knowledge, can you imagine the power it will give to us? So in whatever we're doing, we cannot take it lightly. We cannot, not put our best foot forward. We cannot make sure not recruit teachers the way we used to do before. We can't afford to train our teachers, to global standards, because that's our future.
Well, thank you so much, Your Excellency.
Thank you.
Yes, Daddy Rich, very briefly.
Yes, I was just going to say that after the election, he's going to be the governor. We're going to do this again. I'm taking notes, and I will remind and go through some of all these things again. I just want to put that there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We're moving straight away to the next panelist for the second question, and perhaps a round off of the questions from the panelists. Allow me to welcome again to the podium Oris Wileke, legendary Oris Wileke.
Thank you very much, Joe. Good evening once again, Your Excellency. Hello, can you hear me, sir?
We can hear you.
I think you can hear you.
Yes, because looking at your busy schedule, I will tell you, say me, I know envy you one kobo, because the kind of work where you they do, in moving Edo State forward, is one way be like, I can describe as a computer. So computer self they tire sometimes, and so you have to reboot and refresh. So when the brain gets stuck, wait till you they refresh your own brain.
Well, the truth is, look, nobody say I be workaholic like that. The only time you see me now when I work. When you don't see me, you don't know what they do. Like for morning, I wake up, I play golf, it's okay, I've not been partying, in the last several years, but there's just so much to do.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for that question. Thank you to all the panelists. We are moving on to the Zoom floor now. We are opening the floor now, and we can see a number of hands raised here. Ambassador Egiamusoy, you made note of some of the first hands raised. I want us to call it in that order.
Well, yes, absolutely. I mean, we want to thank everybody for this participation, but first on the numerous hands raised for question, we're going to call on Chief Achaleke Taku. Your hand was first to be raised in all the number of hands there. Calling on Chief Achaleke Taku, please.
I don't think he's here.
Yeah, I don't think so.
He's
okay,
not here.
he's not there. The next one I saw was a lady who His Excellency told last week that he will be coming back. And she came in and put up her hands really, really early. Linda Osayame, please. Are you here?
She's
Linda
here, yes.
Osayame.
She's here.
Can you ask your question, please?
Can you unmute?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good evening, everybody.
Hello.
My Excellency, good evening, and good morning here in Los Angeles. My name is Mrs. Linda Osayame. I live here in Los Angeles, United States of America, and I'm a registered nurse by profession. Your Excellency, thank you so much for all you've been doing for our people of Edo State. We've been seeing your handwork, and I pray that the Lord Almighty will continue to give you the strength to carry the Edo State forward. And I also want to thank the organizer of this platform. Thank you so much for putting this together. And also to our able leader, Mrs. Adesuwa Obasohan, the woman affair leader for the Edo women in diaspora for the re-election of our Excellency. So my first question is that the other day I was watching the YouTube. I always follow everything up on YouTube about what's going on in Edo State about this election. I saw when they were asking some people questions, the reason why they should vote for our Excellency or the reason why they don't want to vote for our Excellency. So one of the concerns that came up that I paid particular attention to was our Excellency is not giving jobs to our contractors in Edo State. That our contractors in Edo State do not have no more jobs. That all the jobs that is being done in Edo State is from people from Akwa Ibom, Port Harcourt, and Arabs. Sir, please, if you can tell us the reason why our contractors in Edo State are not being patronized or promoted. Because when you give them job, they will also give jobs to our youth. So my other concern was also that on the other day, we also saw that they were protesting in a Kiadolo college. And a lot of us here in the United States, we don't know the reason why they were doing that protest. If it was just organized by the opposition party, or is this something you did not do right? Please, you can also highlight us on that.
Thank you very much.
Oh, that should be fine, ma'am. If we let other people have a chance, Madam Linda, thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Linda. Thank you very much for these amazing questions. You know, with politics, propaganda is part of the tools. Let me first tell you that more than any other governor, more than my predecessor, I've given more work to local indigenous contractors. First, I have not brought any new contractor to Edo State. Maybe if
I'm sure we have a glitch again. Madam Linda, he will be answering your question as soon as he comes back, please.
and
Technology. Yes.
And the records are there to prove. Secondly, you know, we've done a lot of roads, and that's one of the things people are very happy about. There is an association of indigenous Edo contractors, and we'll look for their numbers next week. I can post their numbers. I'll put, give the numbers to you, and you can call them on your own. These are all Edo people who have gotten jobs. All the schools, the 350 odd schools we have renovated, they have all been local contractors and Edo contractors. But let me tell you what has happened. Before I came to government, what used to happen was that some people call themselves, they say they are the ones in government. They are the ones that have influence. They are the godfathers. They will ask you to give them the contract. Meanwhile, they don't have the companies to do the contract. They will take the contract and go and sell to other people. So a contract that I could have priced and my profit, the profit margin is 30%. When I give it to you who does not have a company and don't have the competence, you want to sell it to somebody else. How can the person do that contract? So because they are not getting the contract is not going directly to the people who have the companies and will do the work. They are the ones propagating all these lies that I'm giving work to the people from Akwa. Yes, they are not getting it. Doesn't mean that it's going outside of Edo. They are not getting it because they don't have the capacity and competence to do the work. When you give them the work, they go and sell it, and they take so much money that the contractor who eventually does it, does not have enough to complete the work and gives you a very shabby job. That is the problem. So they are not happy. So they are the ones saying, oh, we're giving work to people from outside Edo and all that. They were the contractors who never did the contracts. That is the issue. As for Ekedolo, when I came in, they claimed that they were being owed almost 1.2 billion as pension and salary arrears. Meanwhile, the issue we were supposed to be giving them 66 million every month, and they were supposed to be raising, raising money from school fees and other things that we're doing to complement. That is what we do for all schools. University of Ekpoma, for instance, we give them a certain amount every month. We then decided, the former governor, in his own wisdom or whatever he decided that we will, because he wanted to create a university in Edo North, decided that he will give another university to Edo South and converted Ekedolo to a University of Education and never put money in that school. The moment he converted it into, he said he converted it into the University of Education, the staff of Ekedolo said they should automatically be absorbed and now become the staff of the university. You say, you don't do that. You don't do that. You don't create a university and carry all the College of Education people into the faculty. And they frustrated the place. And we stopped, they stopped admission because we're preparing the school to become a University of Education. And so they frustrated it. So these people who are protesting now, for the last 4 years, they have never worked. They have not worked. I would say, and we've been giving them our own subvention of 66 million every month. So look, your own and pay yourselves. So next time it's political blackmail. But thank God, I went to President Buhari and I got him and I said, look, this university thing will not work. Can you help me? And he was giving out colleges, federal colleges of education. And I said, please give us one in Edo. And he was gracious enough to give us a federal college of education, where I now said, okay, we're now going to site it in that premises. So it's the way they've behaved in the past. How did they accumulate a debt for 1.2 billion? So I set up a panel of inquiry. I said, go and check and see how these people say they were not paid. For how long did they work that they did that what is being owed them is 1.2 billion? These are the sort of things that used to happen in government. And that's how we never found progress. So I'm happy today where the federal government has taken over and we have given them the premises. It's going to be a federal college of education. They will recruit those who are qualified, they will be absorbed. Those who are not qualified, they will not be absorbed. In the meantime, we have set up Edo State College of Education with 3 campuses in Abudu, Gweben, and Afuze. They have refused. You see, we have a situation where people just hold the state ransom because they think I will panic because elections are coming and they want to blackmail me. No, I will only do the right thing. People who haven't worked for 4 years, I don't know how they have claim to government money. People who refused to allow a university to take off, I don't think they were kind to Edo citizens. People who claim that people were owing them, let us investigate and find out how this debt came about.
Thank you very much, Excellency.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Please, in making Edo great again, please do not forget Orion local government area because.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your question. And of course, thanks Your Excellency for that very apt response, because that is has been in the public domain everywhere and accurately clarified. It is a political propaganda. You have a knack for efficiency. Yes. And that's what the people also know you for. And if you are towing that line to be able to achieve that objective, I don't think it's fair to crucify yourself. Moving forward, we're calling the next hand on the list, Katie Salami. Katie Salami, if you are in the house, the floor is yours for your question, please. Katie Salami.
Can you unmute me? Yeah, you are on mute.
All right. Good afternoon, Your Excellency.
Good afternoon, Katie.
Before I start, I just want to appreciate you. I appreciate your boldness. We consider you a fearless Obaseki son. which you really are. Again, my name is Mrs. Katie Salami from California. My question, of course, you touched on it, that healthcare is viable and it's a good business. And healthcare is very important. I'm a first responder as we speak. I'm at work right now, but I'm taking the time during my lunch to address this issue because it's very important to me.
Can you hear me?
National health insurance schemes is a positive and holistic vision. How do you and your team plan to optimize the uptake in the Make Edo Great Again, with special reference to the rural areas in Edo State?
Thank you very much. I'm really, thankful for just a very clear question. I believe that first, for the reason why your health insurance system works is because people see what they are paying for. The service is provided. So the first thing for us is to provide the service to people. People are used to paying for service today anyway. And when government doesn't provide, where did they go? They seek other options like patent medicine stores, native doctors, they pay. So for us, under the Making Edo Great Again, is first, let us invest and just do, it's not rocket science, to train and retrain the workers you already have. Look, yesterday I went to close a training session and I was shocked that in Edo, we don't have trained first responders, people to attend emergencies. I hear it's not part of our medical curriculum. And I found it was a shock. So I had to get a team who are certified by the American Medical Board as to train people as first responders and for emergencies, to come and begin to train our medical personnel. That's how how much deficit you have in our healthcare system. So what we're doing is first, in the rural areas, get people, let the healthcare system, the primary healthcare system work. Let the buildings be decent, have electricity, put water, put security, put some technology, train the medical attendants, the health workers there. Once you do that, then people will pay. It's, women, when women are pregnant and they have to deliver, they know they have to pay. They pay anyway. I mean, the private practitioners tend to have a lion's share of the medical business. But what we as government want to do on that Making Edo Great Again agenda, two things. First, define the role of government. First, government as a provider, right? Make sure the quality you provide is what should set the standard. Secondly, government as a regulator to make sure that the insurance agency is put in place, all the things, the standards that practitioners, whether it's you government or the private practitioners, those standards are laid out and they are met. It's when you have done that, can you now legitimately ask people to pay? And with the health insurance scheme anyway, they will now check to make sure that what they are paying for is service that was truly rendered. We are controlling our health insurance. There's a state program, there's a national program, but we believe that we have to take our own lives in our hands. We are not too clear as to why the national program hasn't worked since it was set up more than a decade ago. So what we are doing is to, do it right, do it the Edo way. And I'm certain that from the evidence to date, we will make Edo much greater in our healthcare provision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Loretta, wait just.
Can you unmute yourself?
What happened to your voice, Loretta?
Unmute yourself, Loretta. Can you unmute yourself? Loretta, you can unmute. Loretta.
What's going on, Loretta?
She's getting herself muted in order to get the question.
Let me try.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for that brilliant response to that question. And okay, I think Loretta probably experiencing some technical issues there.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you, Loretta.
All right, excellent. Thank you very much. We had a little technical glitch there. Your Excellency, just to ask that there has been a lot of questions looking at the chat, and a lot of questions are coming. People want to know what happened on Thursday, what has been happening in the Edo State House of Assembly, because your followers are very, very worried and they are looking up to you. They are wondering, are you acting or are you delaying too much, Your Excellency?
Okay, let me just, for the benefit of those who do not know what has been happening, that, you know, we had elections last May 29th, and Edo had the election for the federal, for the National Assembly seats and the House of Assembly seats. The National Assembly seats, you know, came out mixed. You know, we only had, APC had 1 senator, PDP had 2 senators, and then also the House of Assembly, the National Assembly seats were shared. That was the national election. When it came to the elections for the House of Assembly, and I make it bold to say that I went out, I campaigned for all our candidates, and all the 24 candidates were returned because of the work we had done. This was despite the fact that the godfather, the chairman of the party at that time, canceled the primaries to get in these people he wanted, who claimed they are his boys or people. We didn't care. We just said it was one party. So the problem started from the primaries, where the godfather wanted to fix people in the House of Assembly, so people he controlled. So at any point in time he wanted to get rid of me, he would just ask them to do so. That is when the problem started. But we didn't mind. We went ahead, won the election, and decided to inaugurate the House of Assembly. There were 24 members. The 2 days before the inauguration, they had gone around abusing me as a governor, that I refused to proclaim the House and all of that. Anyway, we sat as a party and decided what the leadership of the House should be like, how it would be zoned. We said, for instance, since the governor comes from Edo South and the deputy governor comes from Edo North, it's only fair that the speakership should go to Central. And then I said, look, now you leaders from the Center, these are the candidates from the Central. Who do you think is most qualified to be speaker? They went back, went and decided and sorted out, and they said, look, this person, first they zoned it to a particular area and agreed that so and so person should become speaker. That was the decision of the party. And then we came out, and some people were happy about it. The people who wanted to, were aligned to their chairman or their former chairman. And that the leadership which the party agreed is what, what was inaugurated. And they said they would not accept it, that I should now go and issue another proclamation. I should proclaim the House again, because 14 of them or so were not happy with what we did. I said, no, we went to court. And the court said, you cannot proclaim a house twice. You've already proclaimed the House. The House has already been inaugurated. You people go and walk in the House. For 6 months, these people refused to go to the House to get inaugurated. Edo people voted, their constituencies voted for them. But because of one godfather, they refused to, hoping and praying that the godfather was going to use his weight as a national chairman to impose and change the law. And that did not happen. After 6 months, the Constitution says that if you haven't sat for a minimum of 180 legislative days, your seat becomes vacant. The leadership of the House then declared those seats vacant. So as far as the law is concerned, they ceased to be members-elect because they were voted in and they refused to go and get inaugurated. They then went to court to challenge that action. And they went to court, and while they were in court, people also then sued to say, well, since they refused to.
Well, there's another glitch as
go and get inaugurated. We, who were the ones who went to court and worked on the election, do not say they now want to be inaugurated. They now go their inauguration. Is Nigeria a banana republic?
Oh, it's not.
Not at all.
Because it's like a cool. We have a government, we have a legislature in place. You are in court. You're been to one godfather who feels he owns a door, and now you have lost out, and you want to be unruly and want to try and derail our democracy. You know, we could do that in the past, not anymore. The democracy is 21 years old. I mean, it's enough of the nonsense with these so-called godfathers. Enough of the nonsense. They don't own Nigeria. They don't own Edo State.
No.
They just behave anyhow, behave lawlessly, because they can control the press and they have money they have paid, I don't know how to live, and they just begin to harass everybody. Nigeria belongs to everybody. And I'm so disappointed at those young men who came out and told their people that they wanted to go and represent them. And they now thought that the Godfather's dictates are better than that of those of the people who voted for them. That is.
Thank you very much.
We'll take the appropriate actions. They know they cannot win the elections, so the only thing they're doing is just focusing on banditry and violence.
So, Your Excellency, we are very glad to hear your answer. I'm sure many people out there who have been sending me these questions are also very glad to hear your answer. If I should summarize, you are saying that action will be taken at the due time for these kind of behaviors. Are we right, sir?
Yes. We are running a state, a government, a country that is governed by a constitution and laws. At the moment you jettison laws and law and order, then it's anarchy.
All right, sir.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for allaying the minds of the millions of Edolites, both at home and abroad, who are been very, very concerned about the developments at home. At this juncture, we, on behalf of the organizing committee, want to thank everyone, because we have a signal that the attention of His Excellency has been required, and unfortunately, we may not be able to progress beyond this point. But rest assured that this is a series event. Next week, Saturday, is another edition of the Zoom series, His Excellency Governor Nwogerase Obaseki. And at this juncture, I want to call to the floor the communication director for the Godwin Obaseki Phyllis Shaibu Campaign Organization, Dr. Pedro Osaro Agboifu Obaseki, to take the floor and give us a word. I hope it's available. And
Dr. Obaseki?
Dr. Obaseki, can you unmute yourself?
Okay.
Can you unmute yourself, Dr. Obaseki? I'm not sure.
Just to add, while we wait
Can you unmute yourself, sir?
While we wait for Dr. Obaseki, it would be a good thing that the plan next week is to have his deputy with His Excellency as well, to come on and throw light on the many aspects of governance.
Dr. Obaseki, can you unmute yourself?
Mega agenda. While Obaseki is coming on, we want to say mega agenda, but I add O to the beginning. Obaseki make Edo great again.
Oh, mega agenda.
Don Pedro is ready, I'm sure.
All right. I don't think he's here.
No, well, let me admit it. Okay.
Oh, he's back on. Okay. Now, can you unmute yourself, Dr. Obaseki? No.
Okay, so Loretta, I need to go now. Let me, thank all of you who are tuned in tonight. Thank you and say that it's really usually a pleasure to come and have this sort of interaction with you. I do appreciate your very frank, honest, and open questions. And I want to assure you that for us as a government, we keep doing our homework. We're putting everything we have, humanly possible, in the service of our people. And we are encouraged because all of you, most of our people at home, appreciate what we are doing. And that is enough thank you for us. And I want to assure you that myself and my deputy, we will put every inch of energy we have to make sure that we run a good campaign, we run a clean campaign, we run a campaign based on issues, we run a campaign based on ideas, and we challenge our opponents to do the same. I want to thank you and assure you that, God willing, next Saturday, 7 o'clock, I'll be here again with you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you,
We'll
sir.
call Dr. Obaseki again if he's still.
Dr. Obaseki is on.
Yeah. Okay. Does he want to give a word?
No, I want to thank everybody. I actually was being muted while I tried to unmute myself by the host.
Oh, no.
I want to thank everybody for what my Excellency, the Executive Governor, has actually given a great thanks, a vote of thanks. So I want to thank you all again. And it shows that the whole Edo nation is behind the good work of our governor. We thank you all, and we are happy for what you have done. And we know that God, and he will take him to the end of this, and we shall rejoice to the glory of God. I thank you all, and I thank you on behalf of the government. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I want to thank all the organizers as well, and all those who have participated.
And those who have been unable to have their questions entertained, next week is another date. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
All rise, all compatriots, Nigerian, all men, to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes was joining on in the land to serve with heart and voice. One nation bound in freedom, peace and unity.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you're listening or watching from in the world. Of course, welcome back to the U-Turn Show right here on GBKM FM. Of course, I'm your host, Romain Redman, and we'll be going from 3 p.m. until 4 p.m. on the #1 web radio station right here in the great city of Toronto. And of course, at the U-Turn Show is where we aim to inform, empower, and of course, energize today's youth. If you're just joining for the first time, of course, welcome to the U-Turn Show. If you're returning from last week, of course, welcome back. As you know, we always like to keep you engaged, keep you going on a Saturday. It's all about just keeping up the energy. And while we also bring to you some worthwhile conversations. And of course, don't forget our platforms on Facebook at GBKM TV. You can also get us on YouTube. It's GBKM TV. Also catch us on our website, www.gbkm.fm. You can also get us on TuneIn app, GBKM. And don't forget, get our app from our website and take us with you wherever you go in the world. And don't forget, the U-Turn-Up Show is also brought to us by the kind sponsorship of AOF Immigration Canada. They specialize in all your immigration needs, ranging from the Quebec Investor Program, permanent residence, student visa, whatever your needs may be, they have you covered. So contact AOF Immigration today. Just give them a call. It's 416-629-4617. You can also send them an email. It's at info@aofimmigration.com. You can also visit offices, that's if you're in Canada, of course. They're located at 5800 Ambler Drive in the great city of Mississauga, Ontario. So last week we had quite an interesting discussion. We spoke to the Member of Parliament from Brampton North on some of those assistance that is currently being offered to students and youth as we continue our battle against COVID-19. And of course, quite an interesting, so much we're unpacking that discussion. And as we always promise you each and every week to bring you those power-packed discussion. And this week promises to be no less. Of course, so many of my guests tuning in, you already know that this week is celebrated as Mental Health Awareness Week. And of course, I have a very special guest in studios who will be joining me virtually as we keep up with the recommendations for our health officials. They'll be joined virtually to break that down for us here. But of course, it's on the topic, youth mental health during COVID-19. What does that look like? What are we doing right? What are we not doing right? How do we support our youth and keeping them physically healthy as well as mentally healthy? But we'll take a very first break here on the U-Turn-Up Show. We'll be right back with so much more after these messages. Soon come.
As the world fights this coronavirus, we are standing together as a family.
My name is Kelly. I'm a fan of GBKM.
My name is Pastor Clement Omozane.
I'm Medea, your red carpet host. I am your host, Ellen Roxon, for the show Talk That Talk here on GBKM FM.
I'm a mother and a teacher. I stand with everyone at this time.
Hi, my name is OJ Egobo, co-host of the King's Domain.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Lloydy, the host of the Chat-Up Show on GBKM.
My name is Kenny Bazwai, President and CEO, GBKM FM and TV. We stand with all the community affected by this pandemic.
Of course, and welcome back to the U-Turn-Up Show right here on GBKM FM. Of course, I'm your host, Romain Redman, and we are locked into the hour from 3 p.m. until 4 p.m. right here on GBKM FM. And as we always encourage you to do, to join the conversation, just like, share, and of course, leave your comments in the comment section. We'll definitely be checking those as soon as we get into today's conversation. And of course, the topic for today is youth mental health during COVID-19. And of course, I'm joined by the lovely Miss Maham Ahmed, who is a clinical, let me get that correct. It's a clinical youth outreach worker at, of course, the Malton Neighborhood Services. But of course, Ms. Maham, welcome to the U-Turn-Up Show.
Thank you so much, Ramin. Thanks for having me.
Well, it's always a pleasure to have our community chime in on issues like these. Of course, your and the Malton Neighborhood Services were really integral in the community, really getting your hands dirty, so to speak, and ensuring that our youth, they strive, they're prosperous, and of course, they're succeeding, right?
Yes, definitely. Malton Neighborhood Services offers a large array of services. We cover from youth to women, to newcomers, so we're quite busy out in the community.
Of course, and wonderful. Thank you so much for that. But before we jump into discussion, though, I must get, how are you feeling? How are you doing during these times, personally?
Personally, I'm doing okay. I luckily have a lot of families. I have a lot of siblings around me, so they really help pass the time and keep busy. Other than that, it's also Ramadan there, and it's another exciting time, and just kind of taking advantage of the fact that we do get to stay home and spend a bit more time with and rebuilding those nice relationships without the stress of daily life.
Absolutely, and what a break we have certainly been having. I know a person as busy as yourself, having this downtime can prove to be quite beneficial.
Yes, yeah, definitely. I love my work, but just like any job, the 9 to 5 can take a toll on I guess, your personal life at times. So it's nice to just have a buffer. And I guess I am privileged in that sense to have many people around me. Luckily, I don't know anyone personally that's suffering from corona and such.
Of course, lovely. So Maham.
Yes.
Do we still have her here? Okay, wonderful. So let's jump into it. This week, of course, has been celebrated as Mental Health Awareness Week. Unpack that for us here on the show.
So mental health awareness it's more to draw just attention to the fact that all of us have mental health, whether it's positive or negative, and wherever we are on that spectrum, we all struggle with mental health. And historically, even politically within Canada, it hasn't been always recognized as being something that needs to have dedicated services or mindfulness even in workplaces. So it's nationally, and I think politically, it's a way for all of us to acknowledge that this is something real. It needs to be brought up in our personal lives, in our workplaces, and in society. Other than that, it's also a time for anyone who might have or be struggling with mental health to be able to seek out services and get in touch with the appropriate services. And there's such a number of them.
All over. And it's right. I love that you touched on that point. We're moving so much. And what we oftentimes pay attention to our physical health, because for one, the physical health is what most people can see. You're sick, you're in the hospital, or something is happening. Some people want to lose weight. That's something is visible, but mental health is just as important, right?
It's definitely, I would say if it's not a little bit more important, they almost go hand in hand, your mental and your physical health. You can't expect to be, suffering with a lot of anxiety or depression and be doing well physically, because it affects your appetite, it affects your sleep schedules. So they go hand in hand, and paying attention to both of them is crucial. And so very often you just get caught up on the physical aspect.
Absolutely, and let's jump into it, because youth mental health and the topic for today is really during COVID-19. So let's jump right into that. School is out. Let's start there. School is out. Children get to be at home. And a lot of students don't like to be, every day going to school and all that hassle of having to wake up early in the morning and have that rigid schedule. And one would think everything will be okay. But it's really not, is it?
Yeah, sorry, I just missed the last little part you said there.
No, I'm just saying that one would think that everything is okay now, that kids get some sort of what their desire is, to stay home and eat all the food that they can and have as much TV time, screen time as they possibly can. But it's not really okay, is it?
Oh man, yeah. I'm for one glad I don't have kids, so I don't have to deal with that problem. But yeah, from my coworkers and family who have young ones, they're really struggling with the excessive eating. And I think that's something that's not just kids, it's all of us dealing with that. And then the excessive screen time with Netflix. And they can't go out there and hang out at the community center and with their friends. So probably that has a little bit to do with it. But no, it's not okay. And it's important for parents to kind of acknowledge that it has to be done in doses to protect their mental health and make sure that they're ready for when school and things come back up.
Yes, and you said doses. So what are those dosages then you would recommend?
For in terms of screen time and healthy eating, I guess it kind of gets into just having a proper routine. It's very important for if it's your young children, if you're a youth yourself, to establish a routine, to know that, okay, when I get up in the morning, it's just like any other day. I have to make my bed. I have to take a shower and get dressed and eat a proper breakfast, have healthy snacks in between, and then find other things to do, because it's very easy to wake up on your phone, just be scrolling in bed for a couple hours and then come downstairs and watch Netflix. So having things in between those is so important. And then if you're having a day or two or an hour or two in between having Netflix and junk food, then it's not so bad.
Absolutely, and the thing is with routines, so because what would have been happening all these many years our students would be living before COVID-19 hit was that they would have gotten used to the routine of waking up in the morning, in some sense, going to school, seeing their friends, playing during lunchtime or during breaks and all that stuff, and that has been completely disrupted.
Yeah, yeah. For a lot of kids, that's also their protective situation, right? To be able to get out of the house, to be able to go to school where they engage in physical activity, art, all these different things they're exposed to. And parents are okay with that too. They send their kids off and they know that their kids are going to have a productive time at home. And when the child returns or they return from work in the evening, there's a very tight set schedule. They have dinner, they, clean up and such. Now, where both parties are in a bit of a situation because parents aren't used to entertaining their kids,
Yes.
week to week, all day long, and
Yes.
they're not teachers. They don't know how to maybe sometimes engage them productively, and and then kids as well. They obviously can pull off being a little bit more lazy and such with just being at home than in school.
Absolutely, but in all that too, and you said parents don't know, because parents, I think we have our kids active parents have their kids active from let's say they get home by 5 p.m., then bedtime is somewhere 8 o'clock, maybe 7, 9 o'clock, so that's like 5 hours per day. And now they have to manage an entire schedule for the entire 24 hours. But it must have some impacts on parents too. So any advice to parents on how to help to make the most of that 24 hours, ensuring that their kids are actually catching up with their lessons, they're having some time for fun and activities and all that stuff?
Yeah, definitely. The great thing is that our province was able to figure out online schooling very quickly. So kids are, sitting in front of the computer and attending class and having some sort of interaction there. But when kids aren't doing that, or, if you have youth that aren't in school for whatever reason, engage them in other productive activities. Ask them to make dinner or whatever is kind of age appropriate. Ask them to take on a task at home. Get them outside in the backyard, gardening or riding their bike or whatever it is that they can safely do during these times. But the point is to have productive activities that they can do, something that they can feel in charge of, responsible for, and wake up feeling like, oh, I have something to do today.
Absolutely. So again, it goes back to that whole idea of having a schedule. But Maham, I think we missed a bit before we dived into that a bit, because mental health is itself quite a large. The words are small, but its coverage is actually grand. It's not just, and I think what most people associate mental health and mental health well-being or illness as is you probably needing to go maybe to a psychiatric hospital for treatment or something of that nature, but it's not to that grand extent that is mental health, is it?
Definitely. I like the comparison you drew with our physical health earlier. It's very similar to our physical health. You might, if you have stomach ulcers or something like that, then yes, you have to rush off to the hospital. Similarly, if you're having, unmanageable anxiety that's preventing you from going outside, or having multiple panic attacks, then yes, you need to go out and seek professional help. And we can talk more about what that looks like during COVID.
Yes.
But at the same time, just like if you're having a tummy ache, it might be because you had too many snacks. So similarly, if you're kind of having a lot of anxiety, maybe there's an issue that you haven't resolved, and it might be a very important issue, right? Like I had a bit of anxiety before coming on this show, and so I knew I had
You're
to take.
okay. You're okay. You're in good hands. You're in good hands.
I'm
Yes.
glad to hear. But I knew that I had to, take 5 minutes and do a breathing exercise and just pay attention to what was going on with my mental health in that very particular moment. So you're definitely right to say that mental health it's such a spectrum. You can have more serious issues, and you can have issues that can be dealt with in smaller doses.
Absolutely. So in terms of mental health and its impacts right now, break down for us what is it that parents should be looking for in their children in terms of being in mental distress, for one, what are some of the things we should be looking for? I mean, we're not looking for the hardcore, suicidal thoughts and all that stuff. It's sometimes the subtle things like depression, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, and mental health, sometimes you're definitely right. It's not always the extreme versions. We don't have to wait for it to get to, the point of suicidal ideation for us to address it. It's the small things that happen before that often don't even lead to those kinds of thoughts. So are they spending too much time in bed? Are they having a really hard time getting out of bed? That's a very common telltale sign of depression, or just kind of feeling down. I know I can tend to be a bit hesitant to label everybody with depression or anxiety. We don't want to throw those terms out, but if they are kind of feeling down, are they spending too much time in bed? What is their appetite like? Are they eating too much or too little compared to their norm? Are they not doing the things that they normally enjoy doing, like going out for a family walk, or social things that they can still keep up? Going out to ride a bike, things like that can be very tough. We're all at home right now, so I know it can be a bit confusing because I know I'm guilty of a lot more time in bed than I normally would.
Absolutely.
But if you suspect something, just have that conversation with them, and children can really appreciate that. It might open up more than they expect.
Yeah, so a few weeks on the show, I made some recommendations to some of our parents, because what is happening now is that the kids are in the house and they're getting quite restless being in the confined space. So I told them, why don't you, us as parents, get into that mode of when we were 11 and 10 and try to go throw some balls around. I mean, transform the living area into some sort of a safe playground for one, because they don't want to break the TV, they don't want to do all that, but just being creative in coming up with ways to occupy their time. I mean, we're all at home, we're not doing anything. I mean, we don't have to start dinner till like 3:34 for 5, so why not use that time to get back in touch with your childhood self?
Yeah, that's an excellent idea. I know just with my siblings, we were watching those Instagram videos of home Olympics people are doing and coming up with little games, and we were saying that we should engage in that activity in some way. So there's so many creative ideas out there that you could engage your kids with. The other thing to add on is I don't mean for parents to kind of hard on their kids with the Netflix or amount of time they might be spending in bed. Like, that's also okay, because we don't have a lot going on. The number one thing you want to avoid in your homes, regardless of if you're the parent, the youth, the child, is conflict. If your conversation and your words are going to create conflict, maybe it's okay to take a step back and let that go. So if your kid is watching a lot of Netflix, just ask them what they're watching. Ask them to tell you about what they watch. Ask them to maybe watch something that you guys could watch together. There's so many great documentaries that could inspire a great dinner conversation. So figure out, if you have if young kids and you're doing things that you don't always approve of, instead of being very, quick to kind of lash out at them, take a moment back and say, how can I look at this in a positive way?
Absolutely. So you just touched on something, parenting during COVID-19, and that's a whole different topic that we can dive into. But let's touch a little bit on that, because that has a lot to do with mental health also. I mean, I've done a ton of research and studies, and a lot of what happens, especially as we go into or adult years, were things that we would have experienced in our younger years as children, as teenagers. So how can parents, adults, use this time for some sort of like reconciliation with their children?
Exactly. It's so true. Your research and everything is absolutely right. Even in my groundwork, there's not a single youth that I come across that's with mental health that doesn't have something to do with their the way that their parents parented or didn't parent, the lack of parenting. So parents, they have to be mindful of that. You're living in a generation where kids they're a little bit more self-involved. I call it the selfie culture, where we are very used to taking a look inside of this. And I don't know if that was true in previous generations, but you have to keep up with that. Your child is conservative. with how you make them feel.
Yes.
So be careful of that. Are you, at the end of the day, ask yourself, how did I make my child feel? Even if you made them feel absolutely nothing, that's not a good thing. You have to get a few things in there, make your child feel good.
Yes.
I talk about the magic relationship ratio. It's a cool little trick to kind of keep your healthy relationships healthy. Basically says that if for every one negative interaction you have in your personal life or a personal relationship, you have to have 5 positive interactions to counteract it.
Yes.
So, even if that's husband and wife, sibling to sibling, if you have a fight or a conflict, you have to kind of say 5 nice things or do 5 nice things to balance that out.
Oh.
So parents can kind of keep that in mind. Yeah, that if you're gonna take away the Netflix, then you also have to do 5 nice things. So that could be a compliment, that could be an engaged activity, that can be a Tim's run. The possibilities of positive interactions are really endless.
So let us go to like rules now, because I would suspect a lot of the rules that especially would govern a house right now, a lot of those rules would have been thrown to the windows. And we're talking about those strict, you have to be in bed by 8 p.m. and you have to fall asleep at 9. You have to be doing this at this time. I suspect it's okay to loosen the rules right now, right?
Definitely. As much as we talk about routine, the routine right now is so different. Is it important to get to bed, a little bit earlier than 5 a.m.? Maybe, but is it okay to stay up really late and watch movies together? Let your kid have a little bit of breathing room and you also have breathing room? Why not? Let's there's so much negativity going on out there and the media and so much uncertainty with what all of our futures will look like. But right now, if you are safe and your family is okay, take advantage, I think.
Yes.
Stay up late, loosen up the rules a little bit. Just really be with each other and break down those things that society tells you that you have to do, right?
Absolutely.
That you have to wake up at this time and yeah.
But remember, we still have to keep our children in check, because we're just waiting for outside, as Twitter has it, for outside to reopen. But literally that's what's happening. So we have to do that in such a way that we can still maintain, so that if we get thrust into the world tomorrow and everyone has to go back to work, mom and dad won't be at a loss trying to get the kids out of bed or just trying to get their lives back on track.
Yeah. There's no right answer. There's no right balance, routine, and also having a little bit of fun. You have to take a look at your own family. What can work, what can't work. Obviously, you guys are the parents, right? Like out there, you're the parents. I'm not going to tell you how to run your family, but you take a look at what could be beneficial and not so beneficial. As far as schools opening, I think that they'll kind of give us a bit of a heads up. And for the next couple months, I don't see that happening. I know different agencies and workplaces have already announced that they're working from for another 2 months.
Yes.
Regardless, children are off till September from school. So keeping all things in mind, finding a balance for your family is important.
Absolutely. And let us talk a little bit about, because one of the big discussion that has been happening is how much exposure should we give our children, especially we're talking about our 5-year-olds coming up to 11, 12-year-olds. How many exposure should we give them in terms of what is happening around us today? Should we tell them that there are some 400 persons dying on a daily basis? Should we bring them into the fear that a lot of us parents have, or should we try to at least shield them from some of the harsh realities that adults have to face on a daily basis?
Yeah, that's a hard question because it really depends, right? Like if you have mom and dad who are essential workers, you might be exposed to some of those atrocities going on a bit more firsthand than, if you have the social worker and accountant as a parent. You might not be as up in your face, but there's so many resources online that parents can take advantage of to speak to, especially their younger kids in an age-appropriate way. One is through play. Like if you think this is a conversation you want to have with your child, play is always the best way for, the younger ones, like around 5 years old or so. Talk to them with your dolls about what's going on and whatnot. But there's so many resources out there right now.
Yes.
Luckily, lots of people have been very proactive in creating them
Yes.
to talk to your kids about what's going on and which is appropriate.
Absolutely. Let's talk about self-care. Self-care during COVID-19, because self-care, and it's not just for kids. We're kind of towing the lines a bit here, despite the topic. But self-care is really something that is beneficial to everybody who is around you, right? Because as a parent, if you take care of yourself and you're in a much happier place, then interactions, even when you're frustrated, can be much different. Isn't that so?
Oh, definitely. Again, I don't have kids, so I really don't know how all these parents are doing it out there. But as a parent, I think it's okay to say, especially right now, that I need half an hour of not parenting and taking a walk for themselves, or getting the kids out there and enjoying your tea by yourself. It's okay as a parent to say that I'm not parenting in this, like half hour, whatever time it is. Take time for yourself, because if you're not taking care of yourself, you can't take care of others around you. Same with like youth, you don't have to be the perfect kid all the time. It's okay to just say that this is something I'm going to do, and I'm doing it's something I enjoy, whether it's listening to your music or whatever that thing is. But self-care is so important. You have to come first.
Absolutely. I mean, this is also a great time for you to take up a new hobby. Who knows, you can probably walk out. Maybe you've been always wanting to try out if you can paint something, if you could draw something. I mean, we can also use this time while we're just like a month or so out from schools, and that is K-12 level, of course, officially being out for many college students, young adults. I would consider them to be summer. We're already in our summer term. So some will be off, some will be back in school, but trying something new is also an alternative to really coping, isn't that?
Oh, 100%, Romaine. And this is like the perfect time to try something out and make mistakes. We have so much time.
Yeah.
So try cooking something new, even if you're a little bit younger, get creative in the kitchen and see what you come up with. Take on a home improvement project. Home Depot and stuff. You can still access some of those through online.
Yes.
If you have some paint sitting around, if you're into poetry and art, it doesn't hurt to try. Sit down and work at it and try to create something. Figure out what your hobby might be, or even uncover a hidden talent.
Yes. Absolutely, and I've definitely been learning a lot about myself during COVID-19, even though I've been keeping myself quite busy with all that's on my plate. But of course, and madam, we'll take a very second break here on the show for some commercials. But of course, for you at home or listening and tuned in with us here, thank you so much for doing that. Also, we encourage you to join the conversation. Don't forget, it's on Facebook at GBCam TV. We're also on YouTube, GBCam TV, our website, www.gbcam.fm. Also get our app from our website, and you can listen there also. So we'll take a very second break, but of course we'll be right back with so much more after these messages.
As the world fight this coronavirus, we are standing together as a family.
My name is Kelly. I'm a fan of GBKM.
My name is Pastor Clement Omozane.
I'm Medea, your red carpet host. I am your host, Ellen Roxanne, for the show Talk That Talk here on GBKM FM.
I'm a mother and a teacher. I stand with everyone at this time.
And my name is OJ Egobo, co-host of the King's Domain.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Aloidi, the host of the Chat Up Show on GBKM.
My name is Kenny Bazwai, President and CEO, GBKM FM and TV. We stand with all the community affected by this pandemic.
Absolutely, and welcome back to the U-Turn Show right here on GBKM FM. Of course, we have been having quite the interesting discussion. Of course, the topic for today is youth mental health during COVID-19. Many of you already know we're currently about to conclude a mental health awareness week here in Canada, and such a time to share, because as I said, we're in unprecedented times, and a lot of things are changing, and they're changing drastically and rapidly, and sometimes our mental well-being gets thrown off also. A lot of folks have been having difficulty coping with being on lockdown. And don't forget our children whose routines have completely been upended. They too have to maintain their mental well-being. But of course, I'm joined here in studios by the lovely Maham Ahmed, Miss Ahmed, who works with the Malton Neighborhood Service. You're a clinical youth outreach worker, and the amazing work that she has been doing in the community there definitely translates to her expertise sharing on today's show. But of course, we're back to you again, Manam. Before we went on the break, we're talking about, you know, developing that routine, really trying to come up with ways to cope while we're in lockdown. But of course, let us move over to some of the support, because we spoke earlier about some of the support that is being offered to our young people during these times, and yourself being a clinical youth outreach worker will have adequate knowledge as to where our youth can go to find the relevant help that they might need.
Yeah, so I guess to start off by answering your question, non-clinical stuff. So there's a lot of youth agencies and various different agencies that are offering free services online on Zoom platforms. So for example, you have polycultural, immigrant, and community services, and you know, on a weekly basis, they offer different things that you can tune into, like yoga, sewing, women's circle, and these are usually all free services. You can Google them, you can get connected with a worker like myself to make referrals. So there's lots of non-clinical things going on. There's poetry things, there's art.
Yes. And don't forget, even if you just need someone to talk to, because we do have our support hotlines, those are still going. You can definitely, just to spit it out there, just so our viewers can know, on the www.canada.ca/coronavirus, there's actually a link there as to some of the helplines that you can actually call in. If you just need someone to talk to, maybe you're home alone and it's kind of getting to you, you can just give them a call and they'll have someone who will literally just sit down and talk with you to ensure that you're okay.
Yes, definitely. There's so many resources. I actually have a whole document that I share with you afterwards, and maybe you could post it up somewhere. But interim plates, Hope 24/7. There's many different resources that people could call into and talk and just talk. I noticed a trend with like my clients. There's kind of two sections of things going on. There's people that have past trauma.
Yes.
That usually would come to me in regular situations, and we can work through that past trauma. And then there's the clients that are currently undergoing trauma. Yes. So they're stuck in the unsafe situations. Home is not a safe place for them.
Yes.
Really leave. They don't have their normal community of care with, you know, even visiting people like myself, the community centers, things like that. So for them, there is online services that they can access. If you're going through something, even if it doesn't seem like a big deal, you just want someone to talk to, pick up the phone, give someone a call. These services are so confidential. You don't even have to share your real name. Yes. You just call and you talk to somebody, and then you can hang up and pretend like it never happened.
Absolutely, and I definitely lay testament to that, because one of the things that I've been doing, a lot of my friends and we have having these massive, I don't know for all those of the young folks out there who are used to like the house party app and all those apps have definitely been that center where we can release. But of course, we have to remember the vulnerable in society, and sometimes literally just means your grandma, your grandpa, just take up the phone and give them a call. You know what? It can help you too. It can help you too, because even though you may approach the situation as in you're helping someone else, it can help you too. Reach out to someone that you haven't spoken to in a while.
Yeah, like I speak to my aunts back home and stuff, and I don't remember the last time I spoke to them, and it's been so nice to reconnect with, you know, further away and just see how everyone's doing and coping, and next thing you know, you're on the phone for like an hour. So it's a great time to connect, especially when you're kind of feeling down. Give someone random a call, give some family a call. notice that it doesn't even take a lot of effort to even just make yourself feel better.
Nigerians come on men to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes was join them on in the land to serve with heart and voice. One nation bound in freedom, peace and unity.
Go ahead, sir. Good evening, distinguished Edolites, Edo sons and daughters at home and in diaspora. My name is Joseph Ehigiamso. It's a pleasure to be with you today on the second edition of the series, Zoom series, with His Excellency right here, who is with us tonight. While I wait for my sister, Loretta, to join us, I would just advise you to sit down, relax, and enjoy this wonderful session with us today.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, our own ambassador, Joe Ehigiamsoy from the UK, a man who's been renowned in the media far and wide. This evening, we are doing our second series of His Excellency Zoom, and we have distinguished people in our panel. First among them is Amaeze Igiebo, ace broadcaster and Deputy Director News in NTA, Nigerian Television Authority. We also have Ms. Joy Omorege, who is heading the NGO for the Edo Next Generation in the United Kingdom. We have all the way from America, a man popularly called Daddy Rich, Richard E. Asere, a community mobilizer and one who has done enormous work in the Bronx and received many awards. We have got with us as well Oris Wiliki, a man who needs no introduction. He is one of Nigeria's most talented reggae artists. I welcome all of you today, and hopefully we'll have an excellent time with the governor, x-raying his plans for the state and engaging with the people at home and Edo people all across the world.
Thank you so very much. It is my honor and rare privilege to introduce our #1 citizen of Edo State, the heartbeat of Nigeria, the cradle of Black civilization, and the eye-opener to the Black world. His Excellency, the governor of Edo State, who has an acronym, Wake and See. Pleasure to welcome you to this second series. His Excellency, Godwin Nwegase Etua Obaseki. Welcome on board, sir.
Good evening, and thank you very, very much. It's nice to be with all of you again. Since we last had a conversation last Saturday. Thank you for taking time out this evening to be with me, to listen to me as I give a much more in-depth analysis and discussions on our mega manifesto, Making Edo Great Again.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to have you again. We can't have enough of you. Now, we're going straight because this whole session is about interactivity with yourself. And the first member of our panelists for today is one of our own revered daughter of Edo. She's an ace broadcaster, a one-time colleague back in the days at Edo Broadcasting Service. Allow me to welcome my sister, Sister Ameze Igipo to set the ball rolling.
All right, thank you very much, Joe, and thank you, Sister Loretta, and of course, His Excellency Godwin Inogegase Obaseki. It's a pleasure to be here. 4 years down the road in your administration, this is a great opportunity for me to be interacting with you. It's not that I have not been following happenings in my state, a state I'm very proud of. I want to also quickly say that I'm one of those who is impressed by what you have done so far. I will recount an experience I had not too long ago when I got to Benin, and the young people were saying, wait and see, wait and see. I'm like, what is wait and see? They say, Sister, we're my no do. Why you're where you poor, why you you know, I'm like, hey, wait and see, governor. Thank you very much. I haven't said that, Your Excellency. I think I would just ask a very throbbing question that has been on my mind for a while now. And I want to thank the organizers for this opportunity too. Your Excellency, we know that there is a common saying which says, if you think education is expensive, you try ignorance. In view of this, I would want you to briefly assess your performance in the education sector. What, is the current outcome of Edo Best? And how do you and your team plan to ensure that the child in the interior villages, for example, in our local government area of Edo State, for instance, is covered in this project? That's the first question.
Thank you very, very much. It is very difficult for me to talk about education briefly, in brief, because this is my passion. And you all know that all of you who are connected today will not be who you are or where you are, but for the education that you received that has taken you there. So I believe that education is one subject that we cannot talk about briefly. We should spend a bit of time, and do an in-depth analysis on the state of education in Edo State and how we can use education to make Edo great again. You see, because the only way you can predict the future is to have the power to shape the future. And that power is derived from education and training. And so for us, when we look at the future and look at our demographics, look at the structure of our population that is so, it's like a pyramid with a very large base, young people. It's therefore tells us that if we want Edo to be greater than it is today, we must focus on education, particularly at the base. Clearly, this generation, we failed our youngsters, we failed the young generation. With their very ill-equipped classrooms, untrained teachers, outmoded curriculum, which, does not help help school leavers get work or employ themselves. And so for us, education, became an imperative. And that's why we decided on starting from the base, starting from the basic school system and building up.
Well,
to the university, started from how do we strengthen them? How do we create a plan for the educational system? We looked at policies, educational policies as a whole, and I'm going to talk about it in greater detail when we get into the question session. We looked at planning and budgeting. How do we plan our educational system? A lot of you will be surprised that what was secondary school when you went to school is no longer what it is today. Because when most of us went to school, the school system was 6, 3, 3, 4. 6, 6, 5, 4. That was the system we operated in. 6 years of basic school, 5 years of secondary school, and possibly 3 to 4 years of university education. Today, that system has now been changed into one way. In here, you still have 6, 3, 3, and 4. 6 for what they call primary school, 3 for junior school, 3 for senior school, and 4 for for university or higher education. And what has happened is that whereas we've created a new system, but structurally we're still operating the old system. You have said basic education is supposed to be your first 9 years of learning. So the first 6 years and the next 3 years is supposed to be basic. The next 3 years is technical, and then university. So, and this system was broken. So what we decided to do was sit down, rethink the whole educational system, starting from the basic level.
Do you know who you are? What is your name?
Sometimes you wonder why and wonder how. Don't be alone. Just stay calm, cause even if you choose or not to.
My child, recite the words of this ancient mythology. The wisdom I disperse in this verse, no apology. Memorize to keep you from evil theology. For you, the darker hue, you denied your equality. See, for generations we perpetrated psychology. Divide and conquer each other, really lynch policy. You cannot build each other up, how will you build economy?
Do you know who you are? What is your name?